Chapter 2069. The blood essence of the heaven god was the most important thing that Zichen had. It was also his secret. Although the blood essence of the heaven god was no longer the same as before after being sealed for many years, it was still a great treasure that could change one's physique. The forbidding aura in the hall was activated naturally. As the drop of blood essence of the heaven god appeared, the surrounding aura became stronger. Such a terrifying power. Monk exclaimed when he saw the golden blood essence. His eyes glowed brightly. The faces of the other people present also revealed a trace of astonishment. Whoosh! Zichen flicked his finger, and the drop of blood essence of the heaven god flew toward Demon Ape. A ray of light flashed in the devil ape's crimson eyes, and it immediately manipulated its own demonic power to surround the golden essence blood. Monk's eyes flickered, and he gave up the thought of snatching it. Before Demon Ape could refine the blood essence, Zichen flicked his finger again. Another drop of blood essence of the heaven god flew out and went straight to Zhang Haoyan. Following this, Zichen flicked his finger for the third time and gave it to LV Peng. Everyone could sense that the blood essence was extraordinary. They controlled their energy to refine it later. Su Mengyao, Wang Xian, Lin Shui, Shang Guanyu, followed by Chun Feng and Sun Ling. The fact that Monk had not received any blood essence of the heaven god made him anxious. He kept scratching his head as if he had seen a treasure mountain, but could not take it. His gaze landed on Zichen from time to time. His eyes glistened as if he was looking at a treasure mountain. As the blood essence of the heaven god left his body, Zichen's face became paler. After giving Longhu and the others a drop each, he gave the last drop to Monk. Whoosh! Monk could not wait any longer. He quickly released his energy in an attempt to control the blood essence. Zichen's face was pale. Su Mengyao looked at him worriedly. Zichen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. I can feel the powerful energy in it. What is it? Demon Ape, who had also tamed the blood essence, asked. Blood essence of the heaven god, Zichen said. Heavenly god's blood essence. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Confusion appeared on their faces. The demon ape asked again, is it a deity? I'm not sure. Zichen shook his head. Even Zichen didn't know, so the others naturally didn't. However, they could clearly sense the massive energy contained within the sky god's blood essence. Although it was only a single drop, it was definitely enough to transform everyone's physique. Zichen, isn't it a little too stingy to only give us one drop of such a good thing? After subduing the heavenly god's blood essence in the shortest time possible, Tyrant suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, You damn Baldy, you still haven't changed your greedy habits. I don't have much here, Zichen jokingly scolded. His pale face had already regained some color. 1 drop is really not enough. Give me 10 drops, no, 8 drops will do. Monk stared at Zichen and said in a deep voice, What do you think this is? I'll give you another drop. Zichen thought for a while and pointed at his heart again. This time he pointed 5 times and 5 drops of heavenly god's blood essence appeared. Tyrant's eyes lit up. His eyes were filled with the 5 drops of heavenly god's blood essence. However, to his disappointment, Zichen only gave him 1 drop. Then he gave 1 drop to the demon ape, dragon, Torvosaurus, and flying tiger. The 4 of them had very special physiques. They could completely absorb the energy of 2 drops of heavenly god's blood essence. As for the others, 1 drop was enough. After collecting the blood essence at an extremely fast speed again, Tyrant stared at Zichen unwillingly. His expression made one's hair stand on end. Let me tell you, there's no more. Zichen emphasized coldly. He felt uncomfortable all over. Tyrant looked at him like a hunter looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He seemed to be thinking about where to cut first. If you really don't want to give it to me, then I won't force you. Your body must have been modified long ago. How about this? Give me 2 kilograms of meat. Tyrant said, "You bald thief, you still want to eat people." Zi-Chin stared at him. Everyone who was used to Tyrant's abnormal thoughts couldn't help but laugh. "It's fine if you don't want to give me meat. Then give me some of your blood. Don't give me too much. Just a few 100 kilograms will do." Tyrant said again, "No way. Not a single drop, you bald thief." While Zi-Chan was scolding him, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tyrant's eyes to be so sharp. He could tell that his blood was extraordinary with a single glance. This time, besides preparing the heavenly god's blood essence for everyone, Zi-Chin also left some of his own blood essence. Although the quality of his blood essence wasn't very high compared to the heavenly god's blood essence, it was definitely a good thing in the eyes of the world. Tyrant didn't get anything good from Zi-Chin in the end, so he could only leave dejectedly. Clearly, he left in a hurry because he couldn't wait to refine the heavenly god's blood essence. After Tyrant left, everyone left one after another. Zi-Chin called Chin Feng over and gave him a few drops of the heavenly god's blood essence. However, the heavenly god's blood essence had been divided into two. One drop was divided into two small drops. This was for the elders who followed him for a long time. During this time, Zi-Chin also left a drop for Elder Goe. Other than the heavenly god's blood essence, Zi-Chin also left nearly 100 drops of his own blood essence. These blood essence would be left in the Wuji sect for the younger generation to use. After everything was done, it was time to leave. Everyone seemed a little reluctant. Zi-Chin also took time to accompany the 4 girls these few days. On the 3rd day after Zhang Haotian received the heavenly god's blood essence, he went to find the Heavenly Kill Alliance leader. He wanted to undergo the Netherthorn trial. Zhang Haotian didn't know what the Netherthorn was, but he knew from the legacy in the stone sword that it was an extremely powerful existence. It was said that in every generation of the Heavenly Kill Alliance, there was only one Netherthorn. A few days later, just as Zi-Chin was about to leave, the ancient race finally sent someone over. It was someone familiar to everyone, the perfect body from the ancient race. Everyone was surprised by the arrival of the perfect body, so there was a celebration. After the celebration, the perfect body specially found Zi-Chin and asked, "Are you really going to enter that special star path?" Zi-Chin nodded and said, "Is there a problem?" "Before we came, we already tried opening that star path. There weren't any problems, but it's a special star path. It's said to be very dangerous. It's said to be 10 times more dangerous than the so-called most dangerous star path," the perfect body said again. "I know, but I have to go from there." If he couldn't find that special star path, it would have been fine if Zi-Chin had stepped onto an ordinary star path. Now that he knew, there was no reason for him to retreat. Furthermore, great sage Yin Zhong had said it so solemnly back then. It was obvious that this special star path was very important to heaven-defying figures. Seeing Zi-Chen's insistence, the perfect body stopped persuading him. He wanted to bid farewell and leave, waiting for Zi-Chen's arrival in the ancient race. Before leaving, Zi-Chen gave the perfect body a drop of celestial god blood essence. Fiend, Ape, and company went into seclusion to refine the celestial god blood essence. The 4 women stayed by Zi-Chen's side. With the increase of his realm, the star path was no longer unfamiliar. Be it the Sky Martial Realm or the War Martial Realm, the 2 star paths indicated the same danger. The heaven-defying figures of other races didn't dare step onto the star path. Furthermore, Zi-Chen was preparing to head to the most special star path. It indicated greater danger. Over the past few days, the 4 women had deliberately avoided the word star path and tried their best to enjoy this short period of time. However, the sorrow on their faces couldn't be erased. There was reluctance before parting, but more of it was worry for Zi-Chen. "Don't worry. I have the world's providence augmenting me. Nothing will happen so easily." Sensing the emotions of the 4 women, Zi-Chen comforted them. I'm already invincible in the heaven realm. No one can kill me. The training in the star path will definitely target the heaven realm in the beginning, so nothing will happen to me. Even if I encounter a saint, I have the strength to fight." When the 4 women heard this, they were no longer so depressed. The boundless sect had gradually embarked on the right path. Every day, experts would walk out of the time castle. Before Zichen left, he instructed them not to step onto the star path unless it was absolutely necessary. He could take risks on the star path and risk a future for humanity, but he didn't want his friends to take risks because it was really dangerous. The time spent together was always short. Finally, it was time to leave. Zichen took out the ancient race's king token. He turned his head to look at everyone with a calm expression. He suppressed his reluctance to part. The devil ape and the others appeared one after another. Even the monk who had returned. Looking at Zichen, the monk said, "I believe you will definitely come back." Zichen nodded. "Of course." The monk added, "If you die on the star path, I will wash the starry sky with blood to avenge you." The devil ape looked at Zichen and said, "Take care." LV Peng looked at Zichen and said, "Don't worry, I will protect the boundless sect." Long Hu, flying divine tiger, and the others appeared one after another and said, "Take care." They didn't know when they would meet again or how many familiar faces there would be. Perhaps this would be their farewell forever. Zichen's trip to the star path was full of danger. They who stayed here to fight against the alien races were also facing danger. The 4 women stood at the back of the crowd. Rays of light enveloped their bodies and blocked their eyes. They did not want Zichen to see their reluctant expressions. They did not want Zichen to see their tears. "Everyone take care. Wait for my return." The king token in Zichen's hand emitted a glow and disappeared together with Zichen. On this day, Zichen left the boundless sect and headed to the ancient tribe. He was about to embark on the star path. The 4 guardians of the sacred areas silently watched Zichen's departure. While praying for his safe return in their hearts, they also sent out a message. Zichen had already left. Almost as soon as Zichen's figure disappeared, the 4 saints received the message in a unique space. After learning that Zichen had entered the most unique star path, the 4 saints wore complicated expressions, which eventually turned into a sigh. "Let's hope he can come back." His life horoscope is very sturdy. Since Yin Zhong has given him guidance, there's a high chance he will come back. Chapter 2070. In that mysterious space, the saints began to retreat, as if they had arranged everything. Time passed. At the very top of the space, where the saint force was circling, there was an energy fluctuation from the alien space. This fluctuation was very strong, and when it landed in the area where the saint force was circling, it formed ripples. In this Zhanwu continent, because all the heaven-defying warriors had left, the atmosphere between the alien tribes and humans was awkward. However, the war hadn't broken out yet. Some humans and alien tribes were still living in the same city. In their eyes, this war wouldn't break out, because the alien tribe's target was only Zichen, not the other people in this world. After living together, they found that the alien tribes weren't all bloodthirsty people. After more than 100,000 years of peaceful life, they had forgotten their hatred and lost their vigilance. During this period, some forces had even made some deals with the alien tribes. Boom! Time passed, and one day, the area surrounded by the sane energy was finally forcibly broken apart under the bombardment of energy. For a moment, the space trembled and began to explode. The saints had spent a great deal of effort to seal the passageway, but now it was completely blown open. A violent Saint Chi aura appeared from the passageway. Right after that, a saint from an alien tribe arrived in this space. He didn't look any different from the humans of the Zhanwu continent. However, he had a thick alien aura. He scanned around, his eyes cold. "These idiots think they can stop us." As he spoke, his berserk spiritual senses spread out in all directions, as if he wanted to destroy this space. As he lowered his head, he saw a continent on this life star. It was the first continent. It's safe here. I can't sense those incomplete rules. His spiritual consciousness scanned the area one more time. After he didn't sense any danger and didn't touch any rules, he raised his hand and sent an energy message. Right after that, many figures appeared in this space. Jiangsang, have you checked everything? A cold voice rang out, and a muscular man appeared in this space. The aura around him was much stronger than the first person. My lord, the investigation is complete. You may descend to kill, the saint named Jiangsang said respectfully. The brawny man raked through the continent underneath, his eyes cold. The saints of the life star had stopped them for a long time. However, they had divided and broken this world. What they had to do next was, of course, endless slaughter. This world had to be conquered. All living beings in this world must be destroyed. Ladies and gentlemen, follow me to this life star. We will lead our alien army to flatten this world. The burly man's words were filled with heroism. His figure flashed as he tore through space and landed on the number 1 continent of the Zhanwu continent with a group of saints. In the first mainland, the void suddenly broke open, and a huge vortex appeared. Within the vortex, there was a violent surge of saint force. The moment the foreign tribe saint appeared, all living beings in the first mainland could sense that the saint power was filled with dense killing intent. The saints of the other races have arrived. The faces of the cultivators who sensed this changed drastically. Under such circumstances, the arrival of the foreign tribe saint would be a catastrophe for this world. At this moment, there was a huge commotion in the vortex, but no saint came to stop it. This made the heavenly realms of all the forces feel hopeless. How could this be? Isn't there a saint stopping it? The patriarch of the dragon clan looked up at the sky, his face pale. At the same time, the patriarchs of the hidden aristocratic families also looked at the vortex that was getting bigger and bigger with despair. Such a huge commotion. Where are our saints? In the Zhanwu clan, Zhanwu Xiao stared at the vortex, his expression changing constantly. The arrival of a saint was huge, but no native saint came out to stop it. On the first mainland, as the patriarchs of the aristocratic families paled and felt hopeless, the first saint arrived. The aura of a saint swept across the land, carrying with it a violent killing intent. As the aura of the foreign tribe saint spread, many places on the first mainland burst into cheers. These cheers naturally came from the foreign tribes. We welcome the arrival of the saint. Similar roars continued to ring out. They were like claps of thunder as they continued to rumble in the sky. They were excited, they roared, and they screamed excitedly. Because of Zi Chen's existence, they were too suppressed and terrified. They had no choice but to hide and leave the human cities to guard against Zi Chen's sudden attack. They had clearly come to kill and destroy this world, but they had to coexist peacefully with the humans of this world. They had hundreds of times more heaven-defying saints than this world, but they couldn't defeat Zi Chen and had no choice but to stop fighting. Fortunately, all of this ended when the saint arrived. The Great War was finally about to break out. When the first foreign tribe saint appeared, Jiang Tsang scanned the land and sneered, "Your saints are still hiding somewhere. It's too late even if they rush over. The laws of this world are no longer complete. As long as we find the whole of laws and arrive here, the laws will no longer be of any use to us." The foreign tribe saint's voice seemed to be announcing the destruction of this world. The living beings of this world grew more and more desperate. At this moment, many major factions even had the urge to activate the formation and completely seal off the aristocratic families. Then the second saint arrived, then the third, the fourth. More and more saints arrived. One saint after another appeared. Soon, there were more than 10 saints, which made everyone feel even more desperate. In the end, The number of saints stopped at 15. Among them, the last powerful aura caused everyone to tremble in fear. What are they doing? In Blue Feather City, Supreme Sage Injong frowned slightly as he witnessed everything. He was puzzled. He had expected that they wouldn't be able to stop the invasion of the foreign tribe saints, but it definitely wouldn't happen so soon. According to his calculations, the saints would be able to resist for a few more decades. To a saint, a few decades was just the blink of an eye. But now 15 saints had arrived in this world, and there was even a saint king among them. Supreme Sage Injong couldn't understand this. If the passageway was really broken through, then more saints would soon descend. Before this world was prepared, it was likely that this world would really be destroyed. Suddenly, Supreme Sage Injong's eyes lit up. He thought of a possibility, and his expression was one of shock and even a little excitement. Just as Supreme Sage Injong's expression changed, he saw that the vortex above the heads of the foreign tribe saints had stopped spinning and showed signs of dissipating. This change caused the expressions of the foreign race saints to change. They raised their heads to look at the sky in surprise. Stop the passageway from closing first. The brawny man, who was obviously a saint king, shouted. 2 streams of pure saint power surged out and went straight for the vortex above their heads. The other saints also released their saint power to stop the passageway from disappearing. If the passageway disappeared, it would take too long to open another one. At the same time, it would be very difficult for them to leave this place because the rules of this world didn't allow it. Just as these foreign tribe saints worked together to stop the passageway, the void above the Zhanwu continent trembled again. Following this trembling sound, under everyone's gazes, in another direction in the sky, the void suddenly split open. A resplendent golden light filled the world. This golden light contained pure saint power. It emitted a bright but gentle light as it sprinkled on the first continent. All the living beings on the first continent felt a wave of warmth when they were enveloped by this light. The despair and fear in their hearts were gradually alleviated by this warmth. On the other hand, the foreign tribe saints who had been cheering earlier felt an endless chill when the golden light fell. They felt an inexplicable sense of danger. This sense of danger came from the bottom of their hearts. It was a fluctuation of life. Everyone's gazes subconsciously turned toward the location of the golden light. Everyone saw what the golden light was. It was a sword, a huge long sword. It emitted a dazzling light and the aura of a saint. It was a saint sword, a saint weapon that surpassed a heavenly weapon. The sudden appearance of a saint weapon caused an uproar on the first continent. Following the commotion were many cries of surprise and disbelief. The reason for that was because there were many people among them that recognized that holy sword. It was no ordinary saint sword. It was a saint sword with an extraordinary origin. It had a name that everyone knew, the Battle Monarch sword. Like the Battle Marshal token, it was also a symbol. However, unlike the Battle Marshal token, it was a powerful saint weapon that possessed extraordinary power. In the past, it had another name, sword. It was only one word, but it represented an extreme. It was like the word shield, the Battle Monarch sword. It's the Battle Monarch sword. In the Battle Marshal clan, Battle Marshal Che Xiao and Battle Marshal Qingfeng were very excited when they saw the sword. The sword had appeared. It was the Battle Marshal clan sword, the Lost Saint sword. I see. Saint Injong's eyes flashed with realization. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His gaze landed on the foreign tribe, saints in the distance. Seeing how panicked they were, there was some pity in his eyes. As soon as the Battle King's sword appeared, it appeared in front of the foreign race saints and pierced through them, causing them to exclaim in shock. Puff! Chapter 2071. The foreign saints could only be suppressed by those of the same level. They represented destruction, slaughter, and despair. This completely unexpected change made the living beings of the Zhan Wu continent despair in their hearts. But at this moment, the sacred weapon, Battle King's sword, suddenly appeared and attacked the saints. Sword light flashed, and a saint's body was pierced. Saint blood splattered, and at the same time his body was split into two. Powerful saints, in front of the Battle King's sword, were unable to withstand a single blow. Just as the saint's body separated, a soul shadow shot out. This soul shadow was the saint's soul. His physical body was severed, but his soul was unharmed. However, when his soul appeared, his face was filled with fear and shock. He turned around and tried to flee. Buzz! The Battle King's sword didn't slow down at all, but a light flashed on the surface of the sword. This light seemed to connect with the laws of heaven and earth, causing the Battle King's sword to become one with the world. A suction force appeared from the Battle King's sword, causing the saint's soul shadow to involuntarily rush toward the Battle King's sword. Feeling the suction force, the soul shadow screamed, and then his body burned with flames. This was the burning of his soul. The flames caused the space around Zichen to distort, and a terrifying power spread in all directions. The soul shadow's expression was hideous, but it was useless. He could not escape the suction force, and the Battle King's sword did not deliberately target the soul shadow. At this moment, it had already pierced through the second saint's body. A bloody line appeared on the saint's body, and then the bloodline spread, and his body was split into two. The terrified soul shadow rushed out. At this moment, the first foreign saint's soul had been devoured, and the second saint could not escape the fate of being devoured. At this moment, the world was silent, and it could even be said that it was dead silent. The foreign tribes that had been cheering earlier were all dumbfounded. In their eyes, the powerful saint experts were so weak under the Battle King sword that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were all killed in an instant. The huge contrast caused them to be so shocked that they couldn't say a single word. In contrast to the foreign race's shock, the living beings of the Jianwu continent were so shocked that they could not say a word. Saints were powerful. They were almost immortal existences. In many cases, they could only be seriously injured and fall into a deep sleep. However, at this moment, in their eyes, the two saints were indeed dead. Buzz! The War King's sword light flickered, and it continued forward without slowing down in the slightest. Another two foreign race individuals' bodies were hacked apart, and holy blood splashed everywhere. For saints had died in the blink of an eye, and this caused the expressions of the other saints to change drastically. They no longer cared about maintaining the passageway above them, and they attempted to forcefully flee. However, at this moment, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to become complete. The passageway in the sky disappeared in an instant. The laws of heaven and earth descended upon them once again. Damn it, this is a trap. The burly Saint King's expression changed drastically as he let out a furious roar. With his path of retreat blocked, his body released a berserk aura. He immediately turned around, clenched his fist, and punched towards the Battle King's sword. As the fist landed, the violent saint force blasted onto the Battle King's sword. The huge force caused the Battle King sword to stop in its tracks. That's all you've got. Seeing the Battle King's sword stop in its tracks, the Saint King's face immediately showed a hint of joy. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The Battle King's sword, which had stopped for a moment, suddenly trembled. Following that, streaks of sword intent spread out in all directions like threads, spreading out in all directions. Wherever these threads passed, the other foreign race saints were instantly sliced apart. Even their souls were sliced into pieces. These foreign race saints didn't even have the chance to scream before they died in an instant. This scene caused the Saint King's face to be filled with horror. He roared, and more saint force rushed towards the Battle King's sword. After killing the other saints and devouring their souls, the Battle King's sword that had stopped in its tracks moved forward again. It destroyed the Saint King's attack and hit the Saint King's body. Damn it! It's fused with the laws of heaven and earth. Before his body was sliced apart, The Saint King's terrified voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Fusing with the precepts, the sword had undoubtedly become a killing sword. Everything below the precepts were ants, and within the precepts, these saints were nothing more than ants. The Saint King's body was sliced apart, but the soul within did not dissipate. After he appeared out of thin air, he started burning. As he tried to stop the Battle King's sword from devouring him, he shouted into the void, "My sons, kill to your heart's content. Go on a mad slaughter. We want to slaughter every living thing in this world." His words were filled with a thick sense of resentment. He was a Saint King, an immortal Saint King. However, he had been tricked, and his life was about to come to an end. The Battle King's sword turned back and charged towards the Saint King's remnant soul. The burning remnant soul sensed the danger and showed signs of collapsing. However, the Saint King was unwilling to give up. His soul began to burn wildly, and a mysterious power spread out from his body, enveloping heaven and earth. His unwilling roar resounded through heaven and earth. "Descend!" As the last two words fell, the Saint King's remnant soul could no longer hold on. It began to collapse and dissipate, but just as it was about to collapse, his remnant soul saw a huge beam of light descending from the sky, landing in various parts of the Jianwu continent. The beam of light was the passage through which the foreign races had reappeared. In the passage, one figure after another appeared. They were all foreign races. Just like the foreign race experts that had descended in the past, another group of foreign race experts had descended. The great battle that had stopped because of Ziqin had erupted once again. Kill all the foreign race saints. Everyone in the Jianwu continent, kill all the foreign invaders. Leave no one alive. As a cold voice rang out, an imposing figure appeared between heaven and earth. It was a saint. His cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and his vast aura caused the world to tremble. This was the saint of the Jianwu continent. His figure flashed, and he appeared below the Battle King's sword. With a wave of his hand, he collected the corpses of the dead saints, not leaving behind a single drop of blood. With another wave of his hand, the saint disappeared along with the Battle King's sword. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Shouts and cries resounded through heaven and earth. The great battle against the foreign races had erupted. At the same time as the Saint King's voice rang out, the foreign races also began a frenzied slaughter. In some cities, the humans who lived in harmony with the other races didn't even have time to react before they died under the butcher's knife. Before they died, their expressions were filled with disbelief because they had just called each other brothers. But in the next moment, the other party's sharp knife had pierced into their bodies. The foreign race's eyes were filled with coldness, and there was no trace of emotion. Years of peace had caused them to forget their blood feud and their hatred for the foreign races. Little did they know that there was no friendship to speak of with the foreign invaders. Only one side was completely annihilated. The great battle spread across the entire Jianwu continent in an instant. The powerhouses of various factions all moved out, leading their subordinates to kill the foreign races. Armies of cultivators formed one after another, and they engaged in a frenzied slaughter with the foreign races in various regions. Members of the Jianwu clan, follow me to kill the foreign races. Jianwu Qingfeng held a cyan heavenly sword in his hand and wore a cyan robe. He led the first batch of the Jianwu clan's deathsworn toward the nearest battlefield. A cyan wind blew past them, and they sped up again. Wrapped in the wind, all the cultivators wore cold expressions. Dragon Clan's vanguard, follow me. Rebel Dragon became the leader this time. He would lead the first batch of Dragon Clan powerhouses into the battlefield. On the other side, Jin Peng was also the Peng Clan's vanguard. In the Wuji sect, there were also several Heaven Realm powerhouses leading existences of other realms into the battlefield. The 5 gates of the Penefei's family open wide. 5 teams led by Heaven Realm powerhouses rushed out of the city and flew in 5 different directions. On the third continent, the Luo clan was not to be outdone in this battle. They also sent out a large number of powerhouses. On the fourth continent, the powerhouses of the sword sect also moved out. At the same time, the powerful factions on the other continents also participated in the battle. This time, they did not shrink back or wait, because all the foreign races' heaven-defying powerhouses had left. They no longer targeted Ziqin. This was a war between races. Both sides would fight to the death. There was no room for reconciliation. Moreover, the foreign races did not leave any prisoners behind. Therefore, the living beings of this world only had two choices. One was to die in battle, and the other was to be killed. Everyone follow me and charge out. On the ninth continent, in the former Shantian prefecture, which was now Huping City, Manshur led the first batch of powerhouses out of the city. In this group, there was Long Fei, the fortune teller, the Shantian Dao, and some other familiar faces. At the moment, there was no expression on their faces. There was only murderous intent in their hearts. The outbreak of the war indicated the beginning of a catastrophe. However, in the face of this catastrophe, would the Zhanwu continent be able to survive like before? There were no more heaven-defying powerhouses among the foreign races, but there were other powerhouses. Some of them were not weaker than the heaven-defying powerhouses. Fortunately, the Zhanwu continent had an extraordinary foundation. At this critical moment, almost every family could send out a powerhouse of the same level. Take the sword sect, for example. When the war broke out, a young man appeared. This person represented the highest level of the sword sect, the psychic sword heart. Zichun had never seen this person before. As soon as this person appeared, the sword in his hand began to be stained with blood. On that day, he killed 5 Heaven Realm cultivators and countless cultivators of other realms. Although the 5 Elements aristocratic family did not send out anyone with the 5 Elements constitution after the 5 Elements constitution, they still had many pure spirit constitutions. These beings might not be as strong as the 5 Elements constitution, but they could fight against the heaven-defying powerhouses. This was the Life Star, the land of miracles. There would always be some unexpected situations. After refining the sacred crystal, the great sage Yin Zhong's injuries were finally stabilized, and he entered the Saint Realm. As for him, he became the commander-in-chief of the war without hesitation and began to gather groups of cultivators. The first group to recruit was the Zhanwu clan. Chapter 2072. The special star path had already been opened. It was a deep channel that led to an unknown space. It was unknown where the end was. Ziqin stood outside the channel. Behind him stood the perfect body and many of the ancient race's upper echelons. They raised their heads and looked at Ziqin. Their backs were ramrod straight, and their solemn expressions were filled with admiration. This time, Ziqin had stepped onto the star path not only for himself but also for the world. Ziqin, don't worry. Our ancient race's ancient path will be permanently opened for all cultivators in the world to come and train. During this period, we will also provide the everlasting sect with some resources to prevent the everlasting sect from consuming too many resources and not being able to meet the demand. An ancient race elder promised. They already knew about Ziqin's actions and felt great admiration for him. In the entire Martial Heaven continent, there weren't many mysterious powers. The Martial Heaven Alliance was one, and the ancient race on the ancient path was definitely another. Furthermore, comparatively speaking, the ancient race had more resources. Therefore, they had more powerful beings that they could use. Even Ziqin was very surprised when he sensed the ancient race's heavenly path here. Everyone take care. Waving at the crowd, Ziqin turned around and stepped into the deep passageway, stepping onto the star road. Take care. Looking at Ziqin's disappearing figure and the channel that had healed, all the experts silently said this. They didn't know when they would meet again. They wished Ziqin success in becoming a saint and returning safely. All right, Let's hurry up and open up the resources so that the cultivators of the martial heaven continent have more choices. Furthermore, we need to do the same as Ziqin and calculate the resources first. Let everyone obtain the cultivation techniques first before going to train, said the perfect body. But if we do that, it will violate the ancestral teachings, said an old man hesitantly. When the war breaks out, life and death are unknown. At that time, we might not even be able to protect our race. How can we abide by the ancestral teachings? The meaning of this ancient path is to strengthen the human race. Open up the resources, said the perfect body again. Clearly, his words held great weight in the ancient race. Forget it. We'll do as the perfect body says. Ziqin has such courage, and the 4 saints are willing to do so. As descendants of the ancient race, how can we be so selfish? Another old man spoke. As this person spoke, the hesitation on the faces of the others disappeared. They nodded in agreement. After entering the passageway, space-time began to change. The power of space became chaotic. It was as though they had stepped into a chaotic space. Ziqin knew that he was currently traveling through space-time. Perhaps he had already left the martial heaven continent. This was a true departure, just like how the Thunderous sacred beast had helped him break through the spatial barrier and allowed him to see the origin of heaven and earth. Time could not be accurately measured on the way forward. It could be a day, a month, a year. Of course, it could also be an instant. Ziqin's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt as if he was standing on solid ground. He came to the star path and looked around. There was some tension and caution in his eyes. At the same time, his spiritual senses slowly spread out. It was said that the star path was dangerous, but this star path was even more dangerous. Before Ziqin came, he had undoubtedly made many guesses. In his left hand, he was already gripping the scabbard tightly. His right hand was open, as though he could draw his saber at any moment. There was no terrifying pressure as he had imagined, nor was there any crazy killing intent. All he could see was a stone forest without a single blade of grass. There were no signs of life in the surroundings, nor were there any pressure fluctuations. There was only dead silence. At that moment, Ziqin was standing on a flat piece of land. There were no fluctuations from an array formation beneath his feet. The surrounding rocks were scattered in a disorderly manner without any pattern. Ziqin stood in his original spot as his spiritual senses swept across every inch of land. His expression did not relax. This was a land of death. There was no sound at all. There was nothing abnormal when his spiritual senses probed. To Ziqin, this lack of abnormality was the greatest abnormality. In his eyes, this was a wasteland. Occasionally, he could see 1 or 2 protruding boulders. In the blink of an eye, Ziqin's spiritual senses spread out to 1,000 meters. There was no abnormality within this 1,000 meters. His spiritual senses expanded again, carefully probing the surroundings for abnormalities. However, within 10,000 meters, Ziqin found no abnormalities. Then he extended his spiritual senses to 100,000 meters. There was still no abnormality. Within a radius of 200,000 meters, Ziqin did not detect any traces of life. It was as if there was no life on this land. There are still some problems. Withdrawing his spiritual senses, Ziqin frowned slightly. When he was in the Tianwu continent, his spiritual senses could spread further. However, in this place, they could only spread to 100,000 meters. In Ziqin's opinion, this was also abnormal. After confirming that there was no danger around, Ziqin began to move forward. He did not know how to train on the star path, but he had experience on the ancient path. Ziqin guessed that the star path should be traversing the endless Xing-Qin Sea. Strange. Didn't they say that this special star path is the most dangerous? Why haven't I encountered anything? After traveling for half a day and not sensing any danger, Ziqin couldn't help frowning. Not only was there no danger, but he also didn't see any life. that included a small insect, a bird, or even a blade of grass. In his line of sight, there was only dirt and sand. There were also some small stones. Even large stones were hard to find. This world was bright, but there was no sunlight. There were no clouds above his head. Zi-Chin concluded that this was a strange space. As he continued forward, the bright sky seemed to gradually darken. After traveling 30,000 miles, the world turned completely dark. It was as if night had arrived. There was no sun here, so naturally there was no moon. Perhaps there was no Xing-Chin. However, in the next moment, Zi-Chan realized that he had guessed wrong. There was no moon here, but there was Xing-Chin. Xing-Chin's stars appeared in the sky, emitting a gentle light. The dusky world was illuminated by these stars. The starlight here was much brighter than in the Martial Heaven continent. Although it wasn't as bright as it was during the day, it wasn't much different. Are these Xing-Chin stars the source of the abnormality? Zi-Chen raised his head to look at the starry sky. The starlight continued to fall. Zi-Chen, who was looking up at the sky, suddenly had a change in his expression. The previously gentle starlight turned solid in the next moment. It turned into starlight energy and fell from the sky like a meteor shower, sprinkling on the ground. In the face of this strange energy, Zi-Chen was on guard. Golden light surged around him, forming a barrier around him to prevent this meteor shower from falling into his body. However, Zi-Chen quickly found that this barrier was unable to stop the meteor shower. It was as if it didn't exist. The meteor shower pierced through Zi-Chen's barrier, wanting to fall into his body. These are the laws. Zi-Chen's expression changed slightly. He became even more vigilant. This was no ordinary meteor shower. It was a pure manifestation of the laws. Zi-Chen couldn't ignore this kind of law. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Zi-Chen's mind. If this meteor shower fell into his body, it wouldn't directly melt him, right? After all, he hadn't seen the slightest living creature on his way here. With this worry in his heart, Zi-Chen had no choice but to be more cautious. So he decided to enter his own world. However, just as he was about to sink into abdomen, Zi-Chen's expression changed once more. Originally, there had been a world within his abdomen. That was Zi-Chen's perfect world. But now this perfect world was undergoing some kind of change. The meteor shower pierced through the barrier and fell on Zi-Chen's body. Then it entered Zi-Chen's body through his skin and finally reached abdomen. The power of the laws revolved around abdomen. The perfect world that Zi-Chen couldn't see before gradually revealed itself at this moment. It was a sphere, just like the Yuan Dan that Zi-Chen had formed when he was in the human realm. However, unlike the Yuan Dan, this sphere flashed with colorful lights, and each color represented a law. After sinking into abdomen, Zi-Chen entered his own world. This world didn't change at all. However, Zi-Chen, who was in this world, looked at his hands and his expression changed again. After the meteor shower appeared, Zi-Chen didn't know how many times his expression had changed. My physical body didn't come in. Only my spiritual thoughts came in. While his expression changed, Zi-Chen's spiritual thoughts immediately left the world and returned to his physical body. Then he looked around vigilantly. There was still no abnormality in the surroundings. The meteor shower was still falling from the sky. This meteor shower wasn't dangerous at all. When it fell into his body, it didn't cause any adverse effects. Of course, it didn't make Zi-Chen's physical body stronger either. The only change was that there was an additional Yuan Dan in Zi-Chen's abdomen. The Yuan Dan emitted a variety of colorful lights. Those lights were the laws of Zi-Chen's world. Then, Zi-Chen's physical body couldn't enter this world. He could only transform his spiritual thoughts into a human body and enter. This star path is indeed problematic. As he looked up at the starry sky and sensed these two abnormalities, Zi-Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although these two changes were insignificant, on the one hand, Zi-Chen had lost a life-saving method and couldn't enter his own world. On the other hand, when he sensed that this world had obviously become a physical one, Zi-Chen guessed that if he was killed, this world wouldn't naturally disappear into the void. Instead, it would continue to stay in his body and be taken away by someone else's abdomen, just like the Yuan Dan in the past. This was just like when he had used a special method to take away the other party's domain world when he had been in the domain realm. Once he had obtained a world, he could refine it on his own. Perhaps he could even fill up his own incomplete world and make it complete and transform. Zi-Chen still didn't know what exactly was going on, but he could clearly see endless slaughter in this situation. The meteor shower was still falling. There was no danger and no unforeseen events. At this moment, Zi-Chen was a little absent-minded. However, his spiritual thoughts were still spread out in all directions. He didn't let down his guard. Right at this moment, a living being appeared silently where the meteor shower had fallen. After this creature appeared, its emotionless eyes stared coldly at Zi-Chen. Chapter 2073. The creature appeared behind Zi-Chen without a sound, and Zi-Chen did not notice it at all. It was a large spider that was nearly 2 meters in size. After it appeared silently, its thick front legs were like javelins, stabbing toward Zi-Chen's back. Poof! The black robe on Zi-Chen's body was instantly pierced through, and the back of his heart was violently hit. With a bang, his body involuntarily flew forward. Suddenly attacked, Zi-Chen's body spun a few times in the air as he flew forward to dissolve the force. At the same time, he looked behind him and saw the giant spider. At this moment, the spider was standing in the same place. It had not retracted its front legs, and they were still hanging in the air as if petrified. It did not move at all. When did it come? Looking at the spider, Zi-Chen did not immediately make a move. He found that his perfect spiritual thoughts could not detect the existence of the other party. He could only see it with his naked eyes. At the same time, he was also a little scared. Fortunately, the other party's strength was not very strong, and the attack did not break his body. If the other party's strength was a little stronger, Zi-Chen would undoubtedly be seriously injured. Squeak! Just as Zi-Chen was sizing up the spider, the seemingly petrified but stunned spider reacted and immediately rushed toward Zi-Chen. Its speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Zi-Chen. This time, the 2 spider legs in front stabbed toward Zi-Chen. Seeing the spider creature approaching, Zi-Chen clenched his fist. Golden light shone on his fist, and an even bigger fist aura appeared and smashed toward the spider creature. Bang! After the 2 spider legs met the fist aura, they instantly shattered. At the same time, the fist aura smashed into the spider's body. With an even louder bang, the spider creature's body exploded into specks of light and dissipated. There was no blood, no flesh, and no blood. It dissipated into thin air, as if the spider was just a spirit. Up in the sky, the rain of stars was still falling. Zi-Chen's face was getting more and more confused. He still couldn't understand how the spider had appeared behind him. Just as he was confused, Zi-Chen suddenly turned around and retreated quickly. Behind him, another spider appeared. This one was much larger than the previous one, and one of its legs was like a long spear, thrusting towards him. Zi-Chen's spiritual senses were still unable to detect the other party's appearance. However, his keen sense of danger allowed Zi-Chen to react quickly. Zi-Chen's body continuously retreated. While he was retreating, his body suddenly changed directions, and 2 more attacks brushed past Zi-Chen's body. After dodging the 3 attacks, Zi-Chen punched out 3 times in the air. The 3 punches headed straight for the 3 spider creatures, easily annihilating them. Just like before, they were only spirits. There was no sense of flesh and blood, for spiders were annihilated, but all of this seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. One creature after another appeared behind Zi-Chen. These creatures were no longer just spiders. There were also some insects, rats, and other such creatures. However, they were all over 2 meters in size. The attacks of these creatures weren't very strong. They could barely reach the heaven realm. However, they had the advantage in numbers. In just a short while, there were dozens of them wandering around Zichen. How can this be? Zichen, who was constantly dodging, seemed to have lost all his spiritual senses. He couldn't detect the existence of these creatures at all. Pung! 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 The attacks of these creatures weren't strong, and Zichen could quickly kill them. However, there seemed to be no end to the creatures here. Every time Zichen killed a batch, a second batch would appear. These creatures weren't afraid of death. As soon as they appeared, they would charge at Zichen. Their eyes were cold and merciless. Faced with Zichen's slaughter, they kept appearing and disappearing. The creatures exploded, turned into specks of light, and returned to the world. Zichen couldn't kill all the creatures here. He continued to kill as he moved forward. The world was still bright. Ever since Zichen saw the sky full of stars, the meteor shower hadn't stopped. As time passed, the meteor shower disappeared. The sky full of stars also disappeared. The creatures that had appeared and were still chasing after Zichen let out unwilling roars. Then, one by one, their bodies turned into specks of light and disappeared. Zichen stood in place and looked at the disappearing creatures. Doubt appeared on his face again. He looked up at the sky and saw that the stars had disappeared. The world was slightly dark. Soon, the dark world became bright, just like when Zichen had first entered. A day? With Zichen's accurate grasp of time, he estimated that he had been fighting and running for a day. This was just a simple day or a simple night. 12 hours. When the stars appear, these creatures will appear. I don't know why, but they can sense my presence. They aren't afraid of death. Or rather, they don't know what death is. After a day of fighting, Zichen had already sensed that these creatures didn't have any intelligence. They also didn't have a trace of soul power. They were like puppets. His combat strength wasn't weaker than a Heaven Realm expert, but he couldn't sense the source of his opponent's power. There were no power crystals in his body. This place was strange. Zichen couldn't help but frown. He wondered if he had fallen into a formation. Is it a formation? Zichen looked up at the sky with confusion and a hint of bitterness. If it was really a formation, then it would be troublesome. He didn't know anything about formations at the Heaven Realm. Under normal circumstances, to break a formation, one must find the foundation of the formation. But after spreading his spiritual sense, he couldn't find the end of the formation at all. Just as Zichen was worrying about how to find the foundation of the array, Zichen's expression quickly changed. This was because he discovered a problem that might not be a big deal to him, but to others it would be a fatal problem. After consuming energy all night, Zichen found that the energy he consumed couldn't be replenished here. In other words, if he couldn't get out of here, then his energy would continue to be consumed until the energy in his body was completely exhausted. Although Zichen didn't have to worry too much about this kind of consumption, he had to admit that it was fatal for others. Without Xingchen's weather, Zichen classified it as daytime. There was no danger during daytime, so Zichen began to fly quickly. He didn't know how many hundreds of thousands of miles he had traveled, but he still couldn't see the end of this world, nor could he find the foundation of the formation. It seems that I can only wait for Xingchen to appear again at night. Sitting cross-legged on a big rock, Zichen began to think about how to get out of here. The sky turned into dusk again, and it was a little dim. Zichen knew that this was a sign of the arrival of night, so he spread out his spiritual sense completely, trying to find the changes that had happened. There was no change at all. Xingchen began to appear one by one. After the stars appeared in the sky, the star rain fell again. Zichen still didn't move. While spreading out his spiritual sense, His focus was on his keen perception. Soon, a dangerous aura came from his heart. Zichen moved sideways and dodged the attack. It was still a spider creature, and its attack methods were almost the same. The moment he saw this spider creature, Zichen's body began to shine. First, there was a golden flash, and then a golden doppelganger walked out from the shining golden light. After the doppelganger appeared, it flew directly to Zichen's left. Then, a silver light appeared on Zichen's body again. This light turned into a silver Zichen and flew to Zichen's right. These were the two doppelganger of Zichen, representing the extreme yin and the extreme yang. As the two doppelganger went their separate ways, Zichen's body flashed again, and another identical Zichen appeared. This was Zichen's Buddhist golden body, which was no different from Zichen's original body. After this golden body appeared, it flew directly in front of Zichen, and then Zichen's original body followed behind. The four Zichens flew in four different directions. As they moved forward, the four Zichens' minds were connected, and then they began to speed up. As they ran, they were faced with attacks from behind. The four Zichens also attacked one after another, destroying these existences. During the process of killing, the four Zichens were also sensing the strength of these creatures. Obviously, if this was a formation, then the deeper they went, the closer they got to the formation base, the greater the danger they would encounter. Of course, this situation was not absolute, but Zichen could only make a guess based on common sense. The four Zichens began to sense carefully. This feeling was not obvious. If one person were to go alone, it would be difficult to distinguish. However, with four Zichens attacking, they could clearly sense the strength of the creatures. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, the four Zichens could clearly sense the changes. Among them, the extreme yang doppelganger of Zichens encountered creatures that were weaker and weaker. In the end, it was equivalent to the level of a pseudo-heaven. Comparatively speaking, the living beings that Ji-in faced were slightly stronger. However, Zichen did not make a decision just because of this. After another tens of thousands of miles, Extreme Yin's enemies were stronger. As for Extreme Yang's enemies, they were still the same. At the same time, the enemies that Zichen's original body and golden body encountered were relatively similar. Go that way. The original body immediately changed direction and flew towards Extreme Yin's location. At this moment, the Xingchens in the sky gradually disappeared. The four Zichens were gathered together, and the other three had consumed a lot of energy. With a thought from Zichen, the golden body's energy dissipated and was retracted by Zichen. In this strange place, it was natural to conserve as much energy as possible. Chapter 2074. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang entered the depths together, moving extremely quickly until their energy was completely depleted. When they disappeared, the two of them did not discover anything else. Looks like this formation will only open when the meteor shower appears. Sensing the disappearance of his two clones, Zichen opened his eyes and looked at the horizon. He would wait for night to return. A day passed very quickly. The world darkened and Xingchen appeared. The meteor shower fell once more. This time, Zichen summoned his three clones again and began to advance along the same path as yesterday. He wanted to confirm whether his calculations from yesterday were still the same today. As he continued to advance, the living beings in the places Zichen identified became more and more powerful. By now, Zichen was more or less certain. As a result, before the meteor shower disappeared, he had Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang rush into the depths at the same time. As the two clones ventured deeper, the living beings they encountered became more and more powerful. This confirmed Zichen's guess. Very soon, day arrived once more. Zichen stood where he was without moving. His spiritual sense locked onto a certain direction. He did not know whether moving during the day would affect the night. Just like that, he waited and experimented. 6 days passed very quickly. During these 6 days, Zi-Chan would summon his clones every night. He was completely certain that the place he was looking at was the depths of the formation world. The key to breaking through the formation, or the path to leaving, should be there. As a result, Zi-Chan did not waste any more energy and began to venture deeper. Another 10 days passed very quickly. As expected, the living beings Zi-Chin encountered became more and more powerful. One day, Zi-Chin couldn't be bothered to kill all those creatures that he couldn't kill no matter how hard he tried. In an instant, he exploded with extreme speed. It was as if he was teleporting. He charged into the sky and quickly went deeper. As he advanced, Zi-Chin suddenly discovered an extremely shocking scene. Many living beings appeared in his line of sight again. However, they did not seem to sense his existence and were instead fighting against each other. As a living being was killed, the specks of light on its body no longer dissipated into the surroundings. Instead, they landed on the body of the living being that had killed it. After absorbing the life form's aura seemed to grow a little. Are they devouring each other? When he saw this scene, Zi-Chen's pupils involuntarily shrank. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he saw the living beings on the ground raise their heads one after another, their gazes landing on him. We were discovered. This creature did not have a soul, but its senses were very sharp. Zi-Chen dove down, and after a series of punches, he crushed the other creatures. In the blink of an eye, only one of the creatures that had been slaughtering was left. It was the powerful existence that had just devoured the other creatures. Zi-Chin purposely left the creature behind and stared at it. He had a guess in his heart, but soon disappointment appeared on Zi-Chen's face. The creatures he had destroyed had turned into specks of light, but the creature in front of him had not devoured them. At this moment, this creature was glaring at Zi-Chin, continuously launching attack after attack. Can it only devour the creatures that it has killed? Frowning, Zi-Chen tried to use his spiritual thoughts to control the creature's body, but it was useless. His spiritual thoughts instantly penetrated the creature's body without causing any substantial damage. It was as if the creature was just an illusion. Helpless, Zi-Chen destroyed the creature's body and moved forward again. This time, he deliberately used his extreme speed to shake off the creatures behind him. After that, Zi-Chin once again saw the scene of the creatures killing each other. For several days, Zi-Chin advanced and retreated, watching the scene. No wonder this area is filled with experts. It turns out that they all devour each other. Now, Zi-Chan was certain that these creatures relied on killing each other and devouring their companions to strengthen themselves. However, this was under the premise that they did not detect Zi-Chen's presence. If they found Zi-Chen, these creatures would attack him instead of killing each other. The creatures here are already equivalent to the heaven realm. There must be stronger existences in the depths. There might even be saints, but why don't they have souls? This was a question that Zi-Chen could not figure out no matter how hard he thought about it. These creatures were very powerful. The power contained in each of their attacks was not weaker than that of a heaven realm expert. But Zi-Chen could not find where their souls were. It's impossible for existences comparable to the heaven realm to not have souls. Let's go deeper and take a look. Zi-Chen had stayed here for a long time, but his energy consumption was less than 1/100,000. Therefore, he was not worried about the problem of energy consumption, so he was not in a hurry. Moving forward again, Zi-Chin deliberately slowed down. During this time, he saw many battles between the creatures. Due to the fact that both sides were evenly matched, the battle between the living beings was extremely intense. One day, Zi-Chin saw that after the winner absorbed the surrounding light spots, his body emitted a bright light as if he had advanced. He let out a roar. As the roar rang out, a wave of pressure spread out in all directions. Wherever the pressure passed, all the living beings in the surroundings trembled. Is this the appearance of a king? Chen silently watched the scene unfold before him. However, the creature in the middle of the roar suddenly looked up at Chen. Obviously, he had noticed Chen's existence. Then he directly charged at Chen. The other creatures paused for a moment, then also rushed at Chen. Seeing this, Chen suddenly thought of another problem. Therefore, he did not continue to fight. Instead, he turned around and retreated, showing his extreme speed. The creatures behind were still chasing, but after chasing for a while, they stopped and began to turn back. As for the king who had just advanced, he did not chase too far and turned back. As expected, Chen's eyes flashed. He paused for a moment, then flew forward again. When he reached the place where he was just now, he did not find the king. Therefore, Chen continued forward. After about a few hundred miles, he saw the king. At this moment, the king was still deep in. When he encountered other creatures, he did not attack. Those creatures also instinctively retreated. This place is divided into many areas. Every area is filled with creatures of the same level. Once one advances, they will leave the original area and go to the next stronger area. It seems that my path was not wrong. Perhaps if I continue to go this deep, I will be able to find a creature with a soul. Chen's eyes flashed. This time he increased his speed. After that, Chen encountered more and more powerful creatures. After reaching a certain area, all the creatures in that area were as powerful as the king who had just advanced. Chen confirmed his judgment. Therefore, he did not stop in this area. His speed increased. Just like this, Chen broke through 3 more areas and reached the 4th area. As soon as he reached this area, Chen felt a powerful aura surging. This aura had obvious soul power fluctuations. This is soul power. Soul power. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Chen quickly rushed forward. With a speed that was close to teleportation, he arrived above the powerful aura. At this moment, Chen saw a giant humanoid beast standing below. It was roaring at the sky, and at the same time, a wave of soul power spread out in all directions. Wherever the soul power passed, all living things that came into contact with it exploded, and their light spots were devoured by the giant humanoid beast. Chen was silently watching the scene. He did not make a move, but he was very excited. As long as he found a creature with a soul, everything would be much easier. At this moment, the giant humanoid beast turned its head to look at Chen. A cold, killing intent appeared in its eyes. Chen's perception was not wrong. He did see the killing intent in the giant humanoid beast's eyes. Therefore, a smile appeared on his face. Without waiting for the giant humanoid beast to charge at Chen, he took the initiative to charge at it. Golden light surged around his body. The energy was like flowing water. In an instant, it wrapped around the giant humanoid beast's body. Then it turned into an energy light shield, completely trapping the giant humanoid beast. Bang! Bang! During this time, the giant humanoid beast continuously swung its fists at the light shield. Sounds of tremors could be heard. However, it could not break the light shield at all. After seeing this scene, the other living beings in the surroundings who were in a state of panic also roared and charged towards Chen, showing a fearless expression. After Chen destroyed the creatures in the surroundings with extreme speed, he silently watched this creature with soul power. The giant humanoid beast was still attacking the light shield. Sounds of energy tremors could be heard. After a dozen more attacks, the giant humanoid beast let out an unwilling roar. Then it disappeared into thin air. Damn it! Chen cursed angrily. He immediately looked up at the sky. He saw that Chen had disappeared. The rain of light had disappeared. At this moment, Chen could no longer feel any soul power undulations in the light shield. It was obvious that the giant humanoid beast had disappeared into thin air. However, Chen did not think so. He wanted to wait for night to come again. He wanted to see if the giant humanoid beast was still inside. He urgently needed to witness all of this. Therefore, the day of waiting was a little long. Night finally came. The sky was full of stars. Starlight shone again. Zichen's eyes stared at the light shield in front of him. He wanted to see if the giant humanoid beast was still inside. Even when danger came from behind, Zichen did not see the giant humanoid beast's figure inside the light shield. Damn it! After cursing again, Zichen could only continue forward to the next area. Sure enough, after reaching this area, Zichen felt many soul power undulations. During this period, he saw that familiar giant humanoid beast. It seemed that it had just broken through and was only in the periphery of this area. There are so many spirit bodies. I must capture one of them and see what is going on here. After making up his mind, Zichen instantly rushed forward. He landed in front of the giant humanoid beast. Streams of energy enveloped it and imprisoned it. After that, Zichen took the trapped giant humanoid beast and retreated. Chapter 2075. Because of what happened yesterday, Zichen had to make the best use of his time. After leaving this area, Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang appeared and guarded Zichen's surroundings. They dealt with the surrounding creatures while he studied the humanoid giant beast. The humanoid giant beast was still attacking the light shield. It stared at Zichen through the light shield. Its eyes were filled with killing intent, but it didn't show any surprise. It seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. Not far from Zichen, Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang were revolving around Zichen rapidly. Any creature that tried to approach Zichen would be easily killed by the two clones. Zichen sat cross-legged in front of the light shield that trapped the humanoid giant beast. He formed a seal with both of his hands and separated a trace of his soul. It turned into a strange seal and slowly merged into the light shield. At the same time, it moved towards the humanoid giant beast. This was a soul control technique that could make the beast recognize its master. It was taught to Zichen by Longhu. Of course, it wasn't the simplified version, but the complete version. It wouldn't hurt the soul. When the humanoid beast saw the golden light mark approaching, it suddenly punched at it. However, there was no reaction when the golden light mark hit the mark. The golden light mark directly merged into its body. Just as Zichen was about to control the golden seal to control the soul, he heard the giant humanoid beast let out a painful roar. Its body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as it suddenly scattered, turning into specks of light that fell into the light barrier and disappeared. How could this be? Seeing the humanoid giant beast disappear, Zichen couldn't help but frown. He followed the soul control technique and didn't make any mistakes. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. There was still time. Zichen immediately flashed and flew towards the depths. Soon he caught another one. Zichen used the same method and started the soul control. Pum! After the first scream, it exploded. It didn't succeed. Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared again. Pum! After the second scream, it exploded. It still didn't succeed. This time, Zichen came back with two creatures. Bang! Bang! The third and fourth ones also exploded and dissipated into the world that night. Zichen tested a total of 9 of them, but none of them succeeded. All of them shattered at the beginning of soul control. The sky brightened up, and the meteor shower disappeared. After a night of exhaustion, the two clones had reached their limits, and their figures dissipated. Zichen sat there alone in a daze, replaying the scene that had happened during the soul control. There was nothing wrong with his technique, and he was very careful in the process of fusing the souls. However, there seemed to be some kind of rule that prevented this kind of fusion. During the day, Zichen thought of several possibilities of failure and decided to try them out himself at night. That night, Zichen experimented with 9 more creatures, but he still failed. The power of the rules was preventing Ziqin from controlling their souls. After failing again and again, Ziqin didn't give up. There were so many creatures here. Perhaps there would be a unique existence that could allow him to successfully control their souls. After a few days, Ziqin still didn't succeed. He began to explore the next area. He guessed that the stronger existences in the deeper areas would have stronger souls and should be able to succeed. Therefore, Ziqin continued to experiment. In the deepest part of this world, there was a high platform. 9 statues supported the platform. There were men and women, and each of them was 9 meters tall. On the platform, there was an extremely complicated array. A light screen that reached the sky enveloped this array. Above the array, there was a palm-sized light ball floating. The light ball emitted a bright light. This strange place would automatically conceal itself during the day, and when night fell and the sky was filled with stars, it would appear. Now that night had fallen, the world was filled with meteor showers. However, within 100,000 feet radius of this strange place, there was no meteor shower. At this moment, specks of light floated over from 100,000 feet away and fused into the light ball. Just like that, specks of light were constantly absorbed by the light ball, causing it to become brighter. After an unknown period of time, the light ball trembled slightly. An eye appeared in it. The eye was closed and constantly trembled. It seemed like it was about to open, but it was always a little short. Just like that, day and night constantly changed. Day after day, more specks of light were absorbed by the light ball. It seemed like the absorbed energy had reached a state of saturation. After trembling a few times, the eye finally opened. It was an empty eye. When it opened, there was no light in it, but it was as bright as the stars. The moment the eye opened, the creatures of this world seemed to sense it. They immediately turned their heads in a certain direction and roared. The roars were filled with anger, resentment, unwillingness, desire, and many other complicated emotions. They spread to the deepest part of the world, to this strange place. As those voices sounded, the opened eye gradually regained its vigor. Then, a low murmur seemed to come from the light ball. "I've woken up again. I don't know how many years have passed. My clansmen, are you all still well?" The eye seemed to have sunk into reminiscence. It was recalling the scenes that had happened in the past. "Yes, I remember now. My clansmen have all been sealed and destroyed. Didn't I sleep? Why have I woken up again? Could it be that all of this is not over yet? Is it still going to continue?" There was a hint of sorrow and anger in the voice that came from the ball of light. Just at this moment, more specks of light floated over from 100,000 feet away and fused into the light ball. After sensing the light ball, a strange splendor suddenly flashed through the eyes, filled with grief and anger. "No, I didn't wake up. I was awakened. Who is it? Who is it that awakened me?" The voice suddenly rang out. Naturally, no one gave an answer. After a long time, the voice said sorrowfully, "It's my clansmen who awakened me. They must be unwilling to be destroyed like this. This is their indestructible fighting spirit. No, this is the tripartite slaughtering formation. In this formation, my clansmen can only kill and devour. It's impossible for their souls to come here, unless an outsider triggered this formation. Could it be that an outsider entered this world? Before I woke up, I faintly heard a voice. That voice was very familiar, but I couldn't tell who it belonged to. He told me that when I woke up, it might be the time for my clan to be free. The instant the mumbling voice rang out, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the light ball. That ray of light turned into a huge eye that appeared in the sky and swept its gaze across the land. With the appearance of this eye, the light from the stars in the sky seemed to dim a little. At the same time, the meteor shower that filled the sky seemed to have paused for a moment. At the periphery, Ziqin, who was still experimenting with soul fusion, suddenly felt a terrifying aura appear. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately raised his head to look at the sky. However, he didn't see anything. However, his sharp senses told Zichen that he was in danger. There seemed to be an eye in the sky that was staring at him and sizing him up. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. Zichen's expression changed again and again. After that, he no longer hesitated and instantly gave up on the living creature in front of him. His body flew backward at the fastest speed possible. This time he flew for tens of thousands of miles. It was only when the feeling of being watched completely disappeared that Zichen stopped. As he was overly nervous, he gasped for breath and his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. What was that just now? Zichen, who was gasping for breath, didn't know that just now there really was a huge eye in the sky that was watching his every move. Even at this moment, when Zichen didn't feel any threat, there was still an eye that was quietly watching him. It's a human. What sharp senses! At the same time, in the depths of the world, a voice came from the light ball. After so many years, he is the only one who has come here. Did he come here by accident, or is it really him? The eye in the light ball kept looking at Zichen with a hesitant expression. After that fright, Zichen was even more careful when he moved forward again. He stayed in the same place for a full 7 days before he began to cautiously move deeper. Moreover, he didn't move very quickly. During this time, he continued to capture living creatures and experiment with the soul control technique. In the sky, the invisible eye that would appear every night silently watched Zichen for a whole month. This tripartite slaughtering formation can block all spiritual senses, but he can feel the soul power in the star spirit's body. It seems that his spiritual sense must be the legendary perfect spiritual sense. The energy he uses contains many rules, but it can fuse together to form a new rule. This is a heaven-defying energy. It seems that he should be the heaven-defying person of this generation, a heaven-defying person with a perfect spiritual sense. I believe that you didn't come here by accident, and you may be the only hope for my clan to be freed. Forget it. Many years ago, I woke up on my own and used half of my soul power to make a gamble. It seems that I failed. This time, I will use the last half of my soul power to make another gamble. I believe that you can free my clan. Now, let my last remnant soul guide you here. As the voice sounded out, a ray of light floated out from the ball of light. This ray of light was formed by a strand of soul energy. However, it was extremely pure. After it appeared, it followed the passageway and soared into the sky. As the ray of light surged out, the eye showed obvious fatigue, but it didn't close. Instead, it stared at the soul power that was flowing. The soul power followed the formation and came to an area. Then it turned into starlight and scattered on the ground, turning into a living creature with a soul. As soon as this living creature appeared, its eyes showed a blank look as it looked around. Chapter 2076. Looking around, Zichen saw a creature. This creature didn't look special to the naked eye, but under the perception of Zichen's perfect spiritual sense, he found that this creature was more agile than the other creatures with soul power. He stopped in midair. At this moment, the creature discovered Zichen, and its eyes revealed a clear murderous intent. Feeling the murderous intent in the creature's eyes, Zichen couldn't help but smile. When the other creatures didn't notice his existence, this creature discovered him. This showed how unique its soul power was and how sensitive its perception was. At this moment, the other creatures in the surroundings directly looked at this creature that didn't look strong and instead looked weak. If these creatures were allowed to attack, then the agile creature before them would definitely be crushed. At this moment, the invisible eye in the sky was also nervously watching the scene. This was its last chance. If it wasted it, there wouldn't be another chance. Fortunately, Zichen, who wanted to control souls recently, was almost obsessed with it. Now that he finally saw such an agile soul power, how could he miss it? His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of this creature. As his energy swirled, the surrounding creatures exploded one by one, turning into specks of light. Immediately after, Zichen felt a force behind him. It was this agile creature. It attacked Zichen, but unfortunately its power was too weak. Zichen smiled and turned around, but when he saw the situation in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that the other creatures that Zichen had just killed had turned into specks of light, but they were all absorbed by this small creature. Zichen could clearly sense that the creature's aura had become stronger. Seeing this scene, Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. It should be known that he had stayed here for a long time, but he had never seen such a strange situation. Under normal circumstances, the creatures he killed would dissipate, and other creatures wouldn't devour them unless they were killed by the creature itself. Mutated? It must be a mutated creature! Haha! Zichen was on the verge of yelling at the top of his lungs when he saw this situation that defied common sense. He had been searching for nearly 2 months and had failed countless times. This time, he had finally found someone with spiritual soul force. Swoosh! Zichen raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy, wrapping the creature with it. Then his figure flashed and he flew away. This time, he could not afford to make any mistakes, so he had to leave this place and find a safer place to control the soul. You're very cautious. His eyes were fixed on Zichen. Extreme Yin, Extreme Yang protect. Gold and silver light flashed on his body, and Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang appeared. Zichen sat cross-legged and looked at the creatures that were attacking the light barrier. He began to form seals with his hands. Recently, he had done this hundreds of times, so it was naturally easy for him. Soon, a golden imprint appeared in front of Zichen. Zichen carefully controlled the imprint and imprinted it on the creature in the light barrier. In order to increase the success rate, Zichen directly controlled the imprint to dodge the creature's attack and imprinted it on the creature's forehead. It must succeed, it must succeed. As the imprint merged with the creature's forehead, Zichen's expression became extremely nervous. He suddenly understood that if he couldn't control the creature in front of him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control all the creatures here. At the same time, the eyes in the sky that appeared to be very tired were also nervously watching all of this. The golden imprint was controlling the creature's soul, and it began to resist letting out roars. This scene was much better than before. One had to know that when the imprint landed on the creature's body, its soul would dissipate. The creature was still struggling, and Zichen carefully controlled the soul fusion. Time passed, and cold sweat gradually appeared on Zichen's forehead. Beside him, Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang were still attacking, and the light spots from the creatures they killed were being absorbed by the creature in front of them. Under Zichen's forceful soul fusion, the creature's soul power, which was wavering, seemed to be under control after absorbing the energy. However, this kind of soul fusion wasn't easy. On one hand, it was because of the array here which made soul fusion impossible, even if the owner of the soul had agreed to the soul fusion. Unknowingly, there were rules interfering. On top of that, the soul power of the owner of the soul was too high. Even if it was an ownerless creature, it wasn't easy to control. Golden Body, go and catch some powerful creatures. Looking at the creature that was wavering and could dissipate at any time, Zichen's body shone with golden light, and his golden body appeared. After the golden body appeared, it went straight into the depths of the place. The energy of the Yin and Yang doppelganger should belong to Wuji. The golden body, just now, seems to belong to the Buddha's golden body divine power. Coupled with the perfect spiritual thoughts, the defiant of the heavens of this generation seems to have a lot of secrets. No wonder he was sent here. But who sent him here? Who knows that our clan has been destroyed? Could it be those old guys from back then? Are they still alive? Just as the voice was muttering, the golden body returned with 12 creatures, and a group of creatures followed behind it. When they reached Zichen's surroundings, the golden body's energy surged, and the dozen creatures were directly destroyed, and the light spots they turned into were all absorbed by the creatures. After absorbing the light spots, the souls of the creatures stabilized again, but it was only temporary. Without needing Zi-Chen's instructions, the golden body and the two great doppelgangers began their massacre. The light spots were continuously absorbed into the bodies of the creatures, strengthening their soul power. Fuse, fuse quickly. Time passed. As the three doppelgangers continued their massacre, the soul power of the creatures became stronger, but it still did not fuse. This made Zi-Chen so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He could not help but yell. At this moment, the night was coming to an end. The night would soon disappear, and Zi-Chen could not guarantee that he could still find the creature when the night came again. Once the creature was killed by other creatures, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Fuse, fuse, fuse by force. According to Zi-Chen's estimation, the star shower would disappear soon. Therefore, he became anxious and began to increase the power of the soul fusion instead of fusing slowly. The creature kept roaring. The soul that had just strengthened was quickly destroyed because of Zi-Chen's forceful fusion. Kill, continue the massacre. Zi-Chen yelled again. It was rare for him to lose his composure. The creature's roar became more and more tragic, and its soul was on the verge of destruction. Fuse, fuse, fuse. Zi-Chen was still roaring. His eyes were cold, and he seemed a little crazy. Kacha! Finally, a soft sound was heard. The barrier that belonged to the rules was completely broken at this moment. Zi-Chen's soul fused with the creature's soul as expected. The roaring creature's eyes were filled with confusion the moment the soul fused with it. When the tired eyes in the sky saw this, a hint of relief finally appeared in them, and they closed their eyes once more. In the depths of the array formation on the platform, the eyes that had been opened closed once more and then disappeared. I finally succeeded. Zi-Chen could clearly sense the existence of the other party. He immediately smiled. However, before he could laugh out loud, the star shower that fell on him suddenly disappeared. The stars in the sky disappeared as well, and the world became dark. F***ck then the creature in the light shield in front of Zi-Chen disappeared into thin air. The imprint that was still in the soul also disappeared. Such a scene made Zi-Chen curse uncontrollably. He stared at the empty light shield. An entire night's effort was wasted just like that. There was a flame burning in Zi-Chen's body. It was the flame of anger. This was not just a night. It was more than 2 months of theories, speculations, and experiments that Zi-Chen had worked on for more than 2 months. It was not easy to succeed, but the sky was bright now. It was like a dream. Damn it, how could this be? In his sea of consciousness, he could no longer sense the presence of the soul. Zi-Chen was extremely angry. He did not purely want to control the creature. He wanted to know what was going on in this place. He wanted to know if there was really a formation in the depths of this place. He wanted to see this world from the depths of the creature's soul through its memories. When the mysterious aura appeared, Zi-Chen felt panic and deliberately slowed down his speed. He was worried that there was an extremely powerful existence in the depths of this place. But now it seemed that everything was in vain. Maybe it did not disappear. There is something strange about this place. Maybe when night falls and the meteor shower appears, the soul perception will appear again. At the very least, the other party will appear. Zi-Chen, who had lost his composure, quickly suppressed his emotions. He took a few deep breaths and gradually calmed himself down. According to his understanding of this place, this possibility was very high. Now he just had to wait for night to fall again. There was no doubt that this kind of waiting was even more painful than the feeling of days passing by. Even though Zi-Chen had just calmed down, he became somewhat impetuous again. Since the golden body had disappeared, the two avatars naturally dissipated. Zi-Chen sat down cross-legged. Finally, after waiting for so long, the sky became dark. Zi Chen immediately pulled himself together and began his final wait. As night fell, stars began to appear in the sky. The starlight scattered, and then a meteor shower appeared and fell on the ground. The moment the meteor shower appeared, Zi Chen's soul perception immediately sensed a familiar aura. Although this aura was still very weak, Zi Chen could clearly sense it. It's that creature. Its soul aura is still here. I can control it. Zi Chen's face revealed a look of surprise. This aura was not in front of Zi Chen. It was in the depths of this place. The other party's strength definitely did not reach the depths. However, at this moment, it appeared in the depths. In Zi Chen's view, this should be an unforeseen event. No, I have to go there quickly. Chapter 2077. From his soul perception, he could tell that the creature was still very weak. It wasn't qualified to enter the depths of this place. This change should be caused by the rules. It was to allow those powerful creatures to kill it. Zi Chen had searched for so long before he found such a suitable creature. Moreover, he had successfully controlled its soul. Naturally, he couldn't let anything happen to it. Zi Chen moved at full speed. The distance of 10,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. However, when he saw the scene below, Zi Chen was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded. He saw that the small creature from yesterday was now close to 1 meter tall. When it attacked, it was very sharp and decisive. Every time it attacked, there would be a flash of white light. It was a rare energy light. Every time the light flashed, a huge creature would die beside it. It would turn into light spots and be absorbed. After these light spots were absorbed by the creature, Zi Chen's soul clearly sensed that the creature's soul power had become stronger. Its body also seemed to have grown taller. Zi Chen stood in the sky and looked at the creature quietly. On the battlefield, there were many other creatures. These creatures discovered Zi Chen's tracks. They roared loudly and changed directions to charge at Zi Chen. The creature that was controlled by Zi Chen also looked up at Zi Chen. Its eyes were filled with confusion again. However, the confusion was replaced by coldness in the next moment. Its body flashed, and it also charged forward. Is it going to attack its master? Zi Chen looked at the creature quietly. He didn't make any further moves. Swoosh! The creature was very fast. It arrived in front of Zi Chen in an instant. However, it didn't attack. Instead, it turned around and attacked the creatures that were charging at it. It was protecting its master. With a single punch, a creature was killed. With a kick, one of the creatures exploded. With each strike, a living creature would die. This scene was a complete instant kill. The strength of this creature had completely exceeded Zi Chen's expectations. As for the other creatures, they clearly did not understand the other's actions and continued to roar at it. Zi Chen hovered in the air and didn't make a single move. He quietly watched the creatures fighting each other, watching them grow stronger and stronger. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Soon, the meteor shower disappeared and the sky brightened. The living beings in the surroundings began to disperse. Before the creature under Zi Chen's control disappeared, it turned its head to look at Zi Chen expressionlessly. Slaughter and devour? Looking at the bright sky again, Zi Chen completely regained his senses. He had already seen the memories of living beings, but there was only devouring and killing. A single night was not enough for it to make a breakthrough. However, the speed at which its cultivation increased was extremely fast. This situation was obviously different from what Zi Chen had detected. Since its combat prowess is so strong, it shouldn't have been around for a long time. It should have evolved after some time. Its attacks are fierce, and there seems to be a pattern to it. It's not like other creatures. Maybe if it had enough time, it would be able to awaken some memories. Zi Chen still concluded that this was a mutated soul. Night fell again. Zi Chen once again sensed the other's presence, but it was no longer in the same place. Instead, it was in the depths of this area. When Zichen arrived, the other was still killing, but its efficiency was obviously a little slow. This was because the living beings here were very strong. Since you want to grow, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see if you can surprise me after you've grown. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zichen joined the battle. With his strength at the peak of the heaven realm, he could easily kill these living beings in an instant. At the same time, the saber spirit was beside Zichen. It attacked on its own. The light from the saber spirit flashed, drawing circles one after another. Within the range of the circles, all the living beings were killed. The living being that Zichen was controlling did not even need to make a move. A large number of light spots surged toward it. Originally, the other was 2 meters tall. On this night, it grew to 2 meters tall. Its soul power also became more tyrannical. The night was about to end. Before its figure dissipated, the living being looked at the other one again. This look was still lifeless. At the same time, Zichen could not feel the slightest fluctuation of interest from the other's soul. It was as if the soul was a blank piece of paper, and all its actions were just instinctive. For the time being, Zichen could not understand the meaning of the other's look before it dissipated. On the third night, the other went deep again. That night, Zichen continued to help the other fight. However, its height of 2 meters did not continue to grow. All the light spots it absorbed entered its body. Then, its body became brighter and brighter. It seemed to faintly form a layer of defense on the surface of its body. Just as the other party dissipated, it looked at Zichen again. This look seemed to be expressing something, but Zichen could not feel any fluctuation in its emotions. It must have something to say, or it said something to me. It's just that it can't express itself with emotions. Every time it appears, it will go deeper. This should be driven by the array. However, I don't want to go deeper for the time being, so I have to find a way to make it stay. As long as Zichen willed it, this living being would listen to his orders. However, its strength was growing every day. Every time it appeared, it would go deeper. If Zichen wanted to make it stay, one of the ways was to stop it from continuing to grow. Then, the two of them would stay here forever. Another way was to let the other party's soul leave the array so that it could appear during the day. Perhaps I can bring it into my world. Currently, only soul bodies could pass through Zichen's world. This living being was clearly a soul body. Perhaps it could really enter Zichen's world. Night fell again. After sensing the location of the living being, Zichen sent out a thought. Not long after, a whistling sound came from the horizon. It was the living being returning. Follow me. Zichen sent out a ray of energy. This energy swept up the living being and disappeared. Zichen followed the living being into his world. Zichen's physical body was still in the outside world. However, there was still spiritual sense in the physical body. It was controlling the physical body to fight. In the world, Zichen was sizing up this living being. It suddenly came to an unfamiliar environment. Once again, a blank look appeared in its eyes. Can you remember anything? Zichen asked. The living being's soul power began to fluctuate. This was something that had not happened for a long time. This fluctuation became more and more intense. It seemed that new memories were about to appear. This made Zichen look forward to it. Zichen waited patiently. However, this living being's soul only fluctuated greatly. No new memories appeared. After that, its body dissipated. It dissipated. Zichen was surprised by this scene. After his spiritual sense entered his physical body, he saw that the sky was already bright. Even this method doesn't work. Zichen looked up at the sky. He felt that this place was very mysterious. Night fell again. Zichen brought the living being into his world again. Just like yesterday, the living being's eyes were blank. Then, its soul began to fluctuate. After that, there was no more. Its memories every day seemed to be erased during the day. When it appeared every night, it would be in the same state. This can't go on. It seems that I have to condense a physical body for it. Without a physical body, it would be restricted by the rules of the world. However, if it had a physical body, it might be able to escape this array. Condensing a physical body meant finding a host. This was not difficult for Ziqin. Ziqin first took out a sword. The sword spirit in the sword had been devoured by the saber spirit. It was very suitable for a spiritual body to reside in. Under Ziqin's mind, the living being entered the sword and became the weapon spirit of the heavenly sword. After setting up some restrictions, Ziqin held the heavenly sword and killed for the whole night. The sword spirit absorbed all the light spots. However, as the sky brightened, the sword spirit in the long sword naturally dissipated. This time it failed again. Unable to become a sword spirit, Ziqin tried other weapons during this time. However, they were also ineffective. Helpless, Ziqin could only use his own origin power to refine a physical body for it. This was the original physical body. After it gained sentience, it could naturally step into the heaven realm. It was considered a rare spiritual body, and living beings seemed to like this original physical body very much. After fusing with it that night, the other party's combat strength seemed to have increased a little. However, as the day came, the living being disappeared again. Only a physical body was left. How could this be? With a physical body, it could not escape the control of the formation. Ziqin could not understand. Just like this, Ziqin kept experimenting. During this period, he tried many methods, but they were all useless. Ziqin had used several treasures in his world. He even used the heavenly fire to refine a real physical body. However, he still could not make the soul complete to escape the control of the formation. Do I really have to use this? The only thing Ziqin did not use was the god's blood essence from his heart. This thing was very precious. Every time he used a drop, there would be one less drop. Ziqin cherished it very much. However, now he had tried many times without success. It seemed that this was the only way. After thinking about it, Ziqin finally decided to give it a try. Perhaps the god's blood essence could really make the body and soul complete to escape the control of the formation. Another night, the living being once again chased after Ziqin's mind. Then it was brought into the world by Ziqin. It stood there blankly. Soon, it seemed to be lost in thought. Its soul began to fluctuate violently. Merging with the physical body is definitely not possible. First, use a drop of blood essence to strengthen the soul and stabilize this soul. Ziqin clenched his teeth and pointed a finger at his chest. A drop of heavenly god's blood essence appeared from his chest. This blood essence carried a great pressure. As soon as it appeared, it was sensed by the living being. The living being's expression changed for the first time. In its eyes, other than confusion, there seemed to be some other emotions. Its soul fluctuated more and more violently. As if it had been summoned, it walked straight toward Ziqin. When it came to the drop of God's blood essence, its expression changed drastically. Ziqin pointed forward. The blood essence rushed toward the center of the living being's eyebrows. At the same time, Ziqin carefully controlled its spiritual thoughts. It was worried that the living being would not be able to refine the blood essence, and its soul would be destroyed by the blood essence. However, after the blood essence entered the living being's soul, its pressure did not have any effect at all. The violent aura disappeared instantly. The living being began to merge with the god's blood essence. Chapter 2078. I want to protect the star race. Protect the star race. As a drop of heavenly God's essence, blood entered the body of the living being. The soul of the other party started to vibrate intensely. A second thought other than killing appeared. As the essence blood and the living being were fusing, more thoughts and voices appeared in the soul of the other party. No one is allowed to destroy the star race. Protect the star race with your life. Protect the star race with your life. Kill these invaders. Zi-Chun heard more voices from the soul of the living being. He heard roars and roars. On the face of the living being, there was anger, pain, and sorrow. He's from the star race. Could someone have invaded the star race? Hearing the roars from the depths of the soul, Zi-Chun frowned slightly. Just then, a blurry image appeared from the depths of the soul of the living being. Zi-Chun could not see the image clearly. However, it had consumed a lot of the soul power of the living being. Its aura was getting weaker. The drop of heavenly God's essence blood that had fused with it earlier was also getting weaker. I want to see what the memories in the depths of its soul are. Zi-Chun pointed at his heart once more. Another drop of heavenly God's essence blood flew out of Zi-Chun's heart and fused with the soul of the living being. As this drop of essence blood fused with the soul of the living being, the memories in the depths of its soul became clearer. In the depths of its memories, there were many humans. Their bodies were shining brightly. The light was like the stars in the sky. Every single one of them was emitting a strong aura. This was a race. It should be the mysterious star race. At this moment, all of them were gathered together. Their eyes were looking at the sky. Their eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Up in the sky, a battle was breaking out. The battle was extremely intense. Occasionally, a figure would lose his life and fall from the sky. Those figures were all blurry. Their faces could not be seen clearly. It seemed like the memories of the other party were not clear enough. However, Zi-Chun could clearly feel a sense of arrogance from those enemies. Perhaps this was the only characteristic of the enemy that was left in the depths of the other party's memories. At this point, the image was no longer clear. Zi-Chun gritted his teeth and pointed at his chest again. Another drop of heavenly God blood essence appeared. In the depths of his soul, the scene was still changing. This time it became clearer. There was an imposing figure surrounded by the radiance of Xingqian. He was like a dazzling star Xingqian. After he joined the battle, the morale of the star race was greatly boosted. Enemies were killed one after another. He was very powerful. From the scene of the battlefield and the aura that emanated from it, this person should be the strongest existence that Zi-Chun had ever seen. He was even stronger than the Azure Dragon and Saint Rosefinch. Humph! Star Ancestor! Even if you join the battle, the fate of the star race can't be changed. Not only will I destroy the star race, but I will also set up the 3 talents slaughtering formation so that the creatures of the star race won't enter the reincarnation cycle. They will be slaughtered aimlessly and become another great weapon of the god race. A cold voice suddenly rang out from the sky. As this voice rang out, the souls of the living beings began to show signs of collapsing. Even Zi-Chun's mind began to buzz. This was only the remnant memory of the other party. The owner of the cold snort still had such a terrifying power. Zi-Chun, whose mind was shaken, vaguely felt that this voice was somewhat familiar. He should have heard it somewhere before. Zi-Chun gritted his teeth and pointed at his chest. Another drop of heavenly god blood essence appeared. He wanted to see who was the owner of this voice. However, as the 4th drop of blood essence was absorbed, the figure in the depths of the soul of the creature still couldn't appear. It was as if it was affected by the rules. If 1 drop isn't enough, then I'll give you a few more. With a loud shout, Zi-Chun pointed at his chest 3 times. This time, 3 drops of heavenly god blood essence appeared and merged with the soul of the creature. Boom! The moment the essence blood merged with the soul, the world collapsed. A figure appeared before Zi-Chun's eyes. This was a figure that was glowing brightly. The moment it appeared, it became the only thing in the world. God. Is this the god race? This is a god. Could there really be a god in this world? The god's capital is here. Our star race is in danger. The moment this figure appeared, the world seemed to be unable to withstand the tremendous power and started to collapse. Below, many of the star race's citizens let out cries of despair. Stride, even if I have to risk my life today, I'll definitely kill you. The voice of the star ancestor rang out once more. He then soared into the sky and rushed towards the glowing figure. With just you, today, I, the heavenly god, shall lead the god race to destroy the star race. From now on, there shall be no more star race in this world. The only ones left shall be the puppets of the god race. The glowing figure spoke out once more. At the same time, he took a step forward, causing the world to collapse. The two powerful beings started to fight. The content of the battle couldn't be seen at all. All that could be seen were endless flashes of light and horrifying ripples of energy. The world started to collapse in the midst of the battle. Appearance. I want to see their appearance, Zichen shouted. While the living being could still hold on, he injected another 2 drops of heavenly god's blood essence. He had already used 9 drops of heavenly god's blood essence. The image of the battle gradually became clearer. Zichen saw the world collapsing and the world being destroyed. Then he saw the appearance of the star ancestor. He was a man with a resolute face. There was a mark of Xingqian between his eyebrows. With a raise of his hand, Xingqian was destroyed. As for the other figure, it was still blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. His attacks didn't have many variations, but they were full of destructive energy. Another clash of energy. Just as the 2 figures brushed past each other, Zichen saw the eyes of the god race. It was a pair of cold eyes. In an instant, they exchanged glances with Zichen. A power that could penetrate the rules appeared. Pooh! It was as if that pair of eyes represented the rules. Zichen looked over and violated the rules. He suddenly coughed up blood and his face turned pale. As for the living being, he also let out a miserable cry. His vision turned black and he fainted. Zichen gasped for breath. If he hadn't decisively given up exploring the depths of his soul, he would have suffered a backlash and serious injury. He was shocked. He couldn't understand what level of expert he was. He had only seen a pair of eyes in his memory, and he had already suffered a backlash. After a long time, Zichen recovered and sighed. The star race. This must be the star race that was once known as one of the 4 royal races. It is also the star race that disappeared. These living beings should be the people of the star race. The god race won that battle. All the people of the star race died in battle, but their souls were kept by the god race. It was simple to say, but from the image, Zichen could completely sense the tragedy of the battle. It was likely that more than one saint had perished. This matrix should be the 3-talent slaughtering matrix that the god race spoke of. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the living beings in this world. They have no sense of reason and only know how to kill. But the god race said that they used this place as a great killing weapon. But why is this place in the ancient road? Could it be that this ancient road was set up by the god race to prevent the humans of the Tianwu continent from leaving this place? But at that time, great sage Yin Zhong seemed to have said that this holy road was set up by the humans. After seeing the other's memories, Zichen's doubts didn't decrease. Instead, they increased. But fortunately, he knew where this place was and what matrix it was. But there was no difference between knowing and not knowing because Zichen still didn't know the secret to breaking this matrix. He once more looked at the living being. It had already fainted. Zichen wanted to look at the other memories, but when he looked at his chest, he saw that 9 drops of essence blood had disappeared. Zichen gave up. Looking at so many memories had no effect on his current situation. However, the divine God's blood essence was of great use to him. Every time his heart beat, every time his blood flowed, a trace of the divine God's power would enter his body, tempering Zichen's perfect body. Speaking of which, what time is it now? Suddenly, Zichen thought of this question. He immediately released his spiritual sense to sense his physical body. In the outside world, the star rain had long since disappeared. The sky was bright. It was already daytime. According to the spiritual sense in his body, 3 days had already passed. 3 days? Zi-Chen's eyes immediately lit up. The living being hadn't disappeared for 3 days. It seemed the essence blood was truly extraordinary. It had sealed its soul. Since 3 days have passed, it shouldn't disappear anymore. How about this? I'll try to fuse it into my body. With a thought, Zi-Chen controlled the sleeping living being into the body that he had specially made for it. But the soul that could fuse with it at will was repelled at this moment. It couldn't fuse with the body at all. How could this be? Zi-Chen frowned. Once again, his face was filled with doubt. Then he tried to fuse the living being into the heaven sword, but it still failed. He tried many methods, but still couldn't fuse it. The soul of the living being seemed to be completely independent. Since that's the case, I'll try one last time. Zi-Chen frowned. After hesitating for half a day, he controlled the living being to come out of Zi-Chen's world. This was also Zi-Chen's final experiment. If the soul of the other party didn't disappear during the day, it meant that it had already adapted to this world and didn't need to use its physical body to avoid the rules of this matrix. At the same time, Zi-Chen's spiritual sense enveloped the other party tightly. Once something unexpected happened, Zi-Chen would put the other party away immediately. Under the cover of Zi-Chen's spiritual sense, the living being came to the outside world. Standing in the clear sky, Zi-Chen looked at the other party silently. There was a hint of nervousness in his expression. As soon as he came out, the living being didn't disappear. It was still lying there in a coma. Time began to pass. Zi-Chen's expression became more and more nervous. 10 breaths passed. The living being was still there. There was no sign of it disappearing. 20 breaths, 30 breaths. A full 60 breaths passed. The living being was still lying there, motionless. 15 minutes passed. Zi-Chen's expression changed. An hour passed. Zi-Chen grinned. There was an obvious smile on his face. Chapter 2079. Laughter resounded throughout the world. Zi-Chen had succeeded. After absorbing the heavenly god's blood essence, this mutated creature's soul was no longer affected by the rules of this place. It could exist regardless of day or night. With its memories, it was also the key to whether or not he could leave this place. Since it was in a coma, Zi-Chen no longer looked at its memories. Instead, he waited for it to wake up. Whenever night fell and the star rain fell, he would protect it. His 2 clones were in charge of killing other creatures and replenishing the soul power of this creature. Time passed. Soon, half a month had passed. The creature showed no signs of waking up. Instead, it was his soul that slowly grew stronger as Zi-Chen continued to kill other living beings in his slumber. Another half a month passed. The creature still did not wake up. However, there was an additional mark between its eyebrows. This mark was very dim at the beginning. However, as Zi-Chen continued to strengthen its soul power, it gradually became clearer. It was a Xing-Chen mark, which represented its identity as a member of the Star Tribe. It seems that I should call you Star Spirit. Zi-Chen turned around and looked at the creatures around him. I should call you Star Spirits. Every soul shadow here was a member of the Star Tribe or the fusion of the souls of many members of the Star Tribe. They used to be one of the 4 great royal tribes. Unfortunately, they no longer had any consciousness. All that was left was their instinct to kill. Zi-Chen was a little emotional. However, he did not stop his clones from attacking. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to rely on the Star Spirits. He had to make the Star Spirits stronger. On a certain dark night, Xingling, who had fainted, suddenly opened her eyes. The moment the astral spirits opened their eyes, the world seemed to have lost its original luster. The stars in the sky became dim, and the falling meteor shower seemed to have stopped. All the astral spirits that had no consciousness stopped fighting, and their gazes looked in one direction at the same time. Then they roared. Zichen heard the roar again. He had heard the same roar last time. However, all the star spirits were roaring in the direction of the roar. This time, all the star spirits roared at the star spirit in front of Zichen, who had just opened his eyes. Within that roar, there was anger, resentment, unwillingness, excitement. Mixed within it was the hatred of the past, as well as the desire of the heart. These star spirits' unconscious souls seemed to have gained more consciousness and memories at this moment. They were marks of hatred, unwillingness, and unyielding. But it was only for a short moment. As the starlight brightened again and the meteor shower continued to fall, the star spirits regained their instincts and began to kill. "You're awake." Zichen retracted his gaze and looked at Xingling. Xingling stood up and looked at Zichen with a complicated expression. He knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Master, you've regained your memories, so you should know your own name, right?" Zichen looked at the awakened star elf. Xingling smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, "My former name is now in the past. Master, you can call me Xing Chen's son." Xing Chen's son. Zichen looked at him meaningfully and said, "I'll call you Xing Chen from now on. As for me, you can call me Zichen. I'm not used to being called master." Zichen's words were irrefutable. Just like how Longhu and Torvosaurus were awakened by him, they also called Zichen by his name, not master. Xing Chen's son nodded. "Do you know where this is?" The sorrow in his eyes disappeared in a flash. Xing Chen said coldly, "This used to be the world of the star race. After the war, the star race was defeated, and the entire star race was refined into a great formation. This is the area controlled by the tripartite slaughtering formation." This was not far from Zichen's guess. Zichen asked again, "Do you know how to leave this place?" "Go deep." Xing Chen turned around and looked behind him. "Okay, let's go deep." Zichen stood up and said, "No, I'm still in the growth stage. I need some astral power to replenish." Xing Chen looked at the star spirits indifferently and said, "Although they're my compatriots, they won't be rational under the formation. There are many powerful star spirits in the depths. I have to become stronger." After saying that, Xing Chen rushed forward and charged toward the star spirits. After awakening, Xing Chen's combat strength increased by a lot. With the help of extreme yin and extreme yang, his killing speed was also faster. Due to the high efficiency of the slaughter, the soul power of the star was constantly increasing, and its outer appearance had also undergone some changes. As astral power gathered on his right hand, a materialized Xing Chen's glove appeared. The glove extended until it covered his entire right arm. With the glove, Xing Chen's efficiency increased again. The two of them killed along the way and started to go deep. 3 days later, the glove on Xing Chen's left hand appeared. Then it was the armor on his body. Another day came. The two of them, who had given up killing, gathered together. Xing Chen looked ahead and said, "From here, we have to go through a city first." "A city? Is there anyone inside?" Zichen asked. Shaking his head, Xing Chen said expressionlessly, "No, but there are powerful star spirits. If we want to go deep, we have to go through that city. We have to force our way through." "How's their combat strength? Are there any saints?" "No, the highest level is the peak of the heaven realm. Once the creatures from the outside world reach this level, they will enter the city on their own. In that city, they won't kill each other." Zichen's heart moved. He said, "That is to say, the limit of the killing spirits that this formation can create is the peak of the heaven realm." Xing Chen said, "No one can create saints, but after passing through that city, if we want to leave here, we have to go to the altar. Outside the altar, there are half-sages guarding it." "Half-sages?" Zichen was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a name. Xing Chen nodded. Yes, those who have half a foot in the divine road are called half-sages. They have a high chance of becoming saints. But the half-sages here are all created by forcefully merging their souls and suppressed by saint crystals. They can't become saints. This name doesn't exist in our original world. Ziqin had never heard of this name before. Neither the Sky Martial Arts plane nor the War Martial Arts plane had this name. In his knowledge, saints were saints. There was no such thing as half-sages. According to Xingqian, his peak combat strength should be reached after condensing the Xingqian armor and a Xingqian spear. That was the standard to enter the city. But because of the rules here, or because of some changes in his body, he couldn't get Xingqian's power to replenish himself in the outside world. He could only go deeper and deeper. In the process, Ziqin saw other star spirits. Some of them had human bodies and beast heads. They also had Xingqian armor on their bodies. Some had materialized weapons formed by Xingqian's power in their hands. Roar! A roar shook the heavens and the earth. Ziqin looked at the creature in front of him that had condensed half of its armor. After the roar, the creature threw a punch at Ziqin. The light of the fist surged. Xingqian's power completely exploded. The world was illuminated by the starlight. Although this attack was still brutal and didn't know how to adapt, the star spirits here were undoubtedly much stronger than those outside. This was because they knew how to use Xingqian's power. Every attack was equivalent to a heavenly realm expert using the lowest level of heavenly path technique. A strong wind blew. Ziqin's black hair danced crazily. His response to the attack was also a punch that shone with golden light. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant. A loud explosion erupted. Boundless golden light extinguished the starlight in front of them and poured into the body of the star spirit. In an instant, the body of the star spirit exploded. Boundless Xingqian's power followed the surging energy. In the end, it was all absorbed by Xingqian. Although he knew how strong Ziqin was, he was still shocked every time he saw Ziqin attack so decisively. Ziqin walked in a straight line. This way, the journey was undoubtedly the shortest, but the degree of danger was also the highest. All the dangers along the way were just a punch in front of Ziqin. A few days later, the armor on Xingqian's upper body appeared. The power of Xingqian here no longer had any effect on him. Hence, the two continued to go deeper. Half a month later, Xingqian's body was covered in armor. In the starry rain, Xingqian, who walked between heaven and earth, was like a Xingqian god of war. The armor covered his entire body. Only his eyes were exposed. His eyes were ice cold. Before the two reached the city Xingqian mentioned, they met the star spirits who were holding weapons. Their eyes were also cold. There was a cold, murderous intent in their eyes. They rushed towards Ziqin. They are only a step away from the peak. As long as they devour any of their companions, they can enter the city. They are second only to the peak. Looking at the star path rushing towards Ziqin, the star spirit explained. Boom! Ziqin only responded with a punch. As the punch landed, the star spirit's body and weapon exploded. The pure star spirit's power was absorbed by Xingqian, who was not far away. After absorbing the star spirit's power, Xingqian's weapon condensed a little. After that, the two went deeper and continued to kill until Xingqian's spear completely condensed in Xingqian's hand. At this point, the star spirit's combat power had reached the peak. It had been less than a year since Ziqin found the star spirit and reached the peak of the heaven realm. In less than a year, he had reached the peak of the heaven realm. Such a fast breakthrough speed. If the outside world knew about it, it would definitely cause a shock. After reaching the peak, Ziqin continued to kill. However, this time, Xingqian did not absorb the star spirits he killed. Instead, he waved one hand. A wave of energy rolled up. The exploding star spirit condensed in front of him and turned into a crystal. That was Xing Chen's crystal. After some time, Zi Chen saw the outline of a city. Chapter 2080. The sky brightened and the formation was completely shut down. The blurry city in Zi Chen's sight disappeared. Xing Chen's fluctuating expression became indifferent again. The star spirits in the city won't attack me. It's relatively easy for me to get there, but Xing Chen turned his head and looked at Zi Chen with a worried expression. Zi Chen waved his hand and interrupted him. It's fine. As long as there are no saints inside, I'm confident that I can break through. But I'm not sure if they'll continue to chase us after we pass through the city. They won't stop until they're dead. Along the way, Xing Chen had a certain understanding of Zi Chen's combat strength. He knew that Zi Chen was very strong, but it was not easy to pass through a city where peak heaven realm experts gathered. Looking at the empty land in front of him, Xing Chen's heart was filled with sorrow. The huge star race had hundreds of millions of people and countless experts. But after their destruction, their souls had devoured each other and they had become a killing tool for others. He had hatred in his heart, but he had nowhere to vent it. Fortunately, Zi Chen had appeared. He knew where he came from, and he knew that he had come to this world with a mission. As long as he completed this mission, his life would come to an end. If he was lucky enough to survive, he would avenge the star race. Shaking his head, Xing Chen said, although the 3 talents killing formation has always been in an active state, it is not fully activated. This formation is only used in large-scale wars. When more than 10,000 people enter, the formation will be fully activated. At that time, the classification will disappear. All peak heaven realm experts in the city will go out of the city to kill all the outsiders. If there are less than 10,000 people, they will guard the city and let these people pass through the formation. Anyway, they are immortal. If you can get out of the city smoothly, they will not chase after you. Looking at Zi Chen, Xing Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of hesitation. If you have something to say, just say it. Zi Chen stared ahead and said faintly. Xing Chen's change in expression could not escape his perception. More importantly, Xing Chen's soul was connected to Zi Chen's. In this city, there is a most powerful person. He has something on him that can protect me from dying in the end. However, this star spirit's battle prowess is extremely strong. He is not weaker than a half-saint. Zi Chen had to face many peak heaven realm experts in the city. It was not easy to force his way through. If he had to kill the strongest person, it would undoubtedly increase the danger for Zi Chen. Xing Chen had been hesitating. He didn't want to die like this. He wanted to avenge the star race. At the very least, he wasn't willing to die like this. Why did he die? Zi Chen turned to look at the other party and asked in confusion. The place you left is the core of the formation. Before you leave, you have to destroy this formation. As your guide, I will be devoured by the formation and will disappear naturally. Xing Chen's cold eyes revealed a touch of unwillingness. I'm not afraid of death. However, I'm not willing to die like this. I want to avenge my people. Your enemy is the god race. Do you know where they are? Zi Chen asked. He knew that it was the god race who had destroyed the star race. I don't know. However, it's the same to kill the alien race. The alien race and the god race are closely related. Zi Chen heard the unwillingness and hatred in Xing Chen's words. He could understand him completely. The star race was also his compatriot. He was also one of the 4 king races. Nodding, Zi Chen said, Okay, I will kill him and save your life. Xing Chen's face became excited and worried. When the time comes, you just need to tell me where that star spirit is. The bright sky gradually turned dark. The formation was about to be activated. The war was about to begin. When the stars appeared in the sky, the city appeared in front of Zi Chen again. Go. With a low shout, Zi-Chun rushed forward. Xing-Chun followed behind him. As they were all star spirits, the other star spirits wouldn't attack Xing-Chun. Hence, he had to follow behind Zi-Chun so that he could save Zi-Chun at the critical moment. The city in front of them gradually became clear. Star spirits appeared one after another. They held their weapons and attacked Zi-Chun. Swoosh! Zi-Chun's speed instantly increased, leaving those star spirits far behind. He had to go through this city tonight. The star spirits behind him stopped after chasing for a while. They roared at Zi-Chun unwillingly and turned around to leave. A magnificent city appeared in front of Zi-Chun. The city was bathed in the starry rain, emitting soft and bright light. Zi-Chun, who was dashing forward, stopped at the city gate. It was an ancient city built by the star race. Perhaps it used to be the glory of the star race, but now it was the disgrace of the star race. The name of the city had been erased many years ago. It was replaced with the name given by the God clan, Star Slave City. Such a city indicated that it was a city of slaves. Looking at the three eye-catching words, Xing-Chun gritted his teeth. The corner of his eyes twitched, and a flame was burning deep in his heart. Zi-Chun lowered his head, looking at the city gate that wasn't closed. At this moment, 2 rows of star spirits were standing in the passage leading to the city. Each of them had the strength of the peak heaven realm. They were like soldiers guarding the city gate who had found an intruder. They took out their shining weapons and coldly looked at him. In such an ancient city of the star race, they had treated the star race as slaves. It wasn't just a personal hatred, but a hatred of the entire race. Zi-Chun seemed to hear the unyielding roar deep in their hearts. He seemed to see the hatred for the God clan buried deep in their hearts. It was the hatred of the entire race. It represented that the entire star race and the God clan would never rest until one of them died. Kill! Zi-Chun shouted coldly and dashed forward. He felt pity for them, but he wasn't merciful, because being merciful might result in his own death. If he wanted to save them and awaken the souls of the star spirits, he had to break this formation. But before that, Zi-Chun had to go through this place first. Golden light shone around him, and a powerful aura surged. When this aura was released, the entire world seemed to stop for a moment. Facing the blocked passage of the city gate, Zi-Chun didn't need to do anything. He just kept moving forward. Boom! A star spirit collided with Zi-Chun. The huge impact caused the star spirit's body to explode. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, another star spirit exploded, and a series of muffled sounds reverberated in the tunnel. No matter how these peak heaven realm star spirits attacked, all their attacks were forcefully dispersed by Zi-Chun. Then, the star spirits that Zi-Chun encountered would explode. At the back, Xing-Chun was shocked when he saw this. He knew that Zi-Chun was strong, but he realized that he had underestimated Zi-Chun's combat power. He couldn't stay in a daze any longer. The passage that Zi-Chun opened could be blocked by the other star spirits at any time. He raised his hand and shot out a starlight. Then he caught up with Zi-Chun's pace and followed closely behind Zi-Chun. Behind Xing-Chun, the star spirits that exploded turned into Xing-Chun's power. They gathered together and turned into Xing-Chun's crystals and flew toward Xing-Chun. Boom! At the end of the passage, a violent aura surged. One by one, star spirits flew out from the passage. Endless amounts of Xing-Chun's power surged. A ray of golden light shot out from the passage and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. After the golden light, there were rays of starlight. They were all star spirits. They roared and chased after Zi-Chun. At the front, Xing-Chun followed closely behind Zi-Chun. After entering the city, Zi-Chun didn't stop. There were too many star spirits. Every one of them was fearless. Zi-Chun couldn't continue fighting. Attacks landed on his body one after another, but they were all blocked by his strong body. Fortunately, his body wasn't weaker than a heaven-defying weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to rush around casually. Xing Chen, who was following closely behind, looked at the scene in shock. Originally, he was worried that Zi Chen would be in danger. He was ready to intervene at any time. But now, he could barely keep up with Zi Chen's speed. With Zi Chen's momentum, there was almost no problem for him to cross the city. The sounds of explosions were still echoing in the city. Zi Chen used his pure physical strength to shatter the creatures that came to block his way. However, under the protection of the formation, these star spirits obviously wouldn't die. They would appear again soon. But because of this, these star spirits couldn't use any special supernatural powers. They could only rely on powerful attacks. That was why Zi Chen dared to rush around like this. Soon, Zi Chen had crossed 1/3 of the city. Everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed. He was unstoppable. The shock in Xing Chen's heart could no longer be described with words. As far as he was concerned, the difficulty of traversing this city was truly too easy for Zi Chen. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. In the sky above the city, a star spirit in armor appeared. He held a huge sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was pointed at Zi Chen. He shouted, "Kill him." This was the second voice Zi Chen heard after coming to this world, beside Xing Chen. Obviously, the other party had spiritual intelligence and was an awakened existence. The aura surging from the other party also surpassed all the heaven realm cultivators present. Is this the half-saint realm? Zi Chen looked up and stared at the other party. He sensed the other party's identity from Xing Chen's violently fluctuating soul. He was the target that Xing Chen had mentioned. Die. With a shout, Zi Chen rushed to the sky. Golden light shone around him. He punched toward the other party. The dazzling fist light cut through the sky and went straight for the star spirit. Humph! The star spirit snorted again. He raised the huge sword in his hand high. Endless Xing Chen's power gathered on it. He slashed at the incoming fist light with the sword. Boom! With a violent explosion of energy, the star spirit was sent flying with his sword. The fist light formed by Zi Chen's attack also exploded in an instant. Zi Chen saw the shock in his opponent's eyes when he was sent flying. He was expressionless. His figure flashed, and he showed up in front of the creature immediately. At this moment, facing so many star spirits, he naturally had to go all out. He definitely couldn't play around. Therefore, after Zi Chen approached the other party, he punched. Zi Chen was serious. The power contained in this punch was weaker than before. Feeling this weak punch, the star spirit's eyes flashed with contempt. He slashed down with his sword. Chapter 2081. Looking at Zi Chen's powerful attack, Xing Chen's indifferent expression showed a touch of excitement. According to Zi Chen's powerful battle strength, it seemed that it would not be difficult for him to kill this half-saint. However, after the powerful collision, Zi Chen's attack was obviously much weaker. The previous attack was so, and so was this seemingly gentle palm. How could this be? Standing in the distance, Xing Chen was puzzled. Around Xing Chen, the other star spirits looked up at the battle in the sky. They had no intention of helping. When they glanced at the half-saint from time to time, they showed instinctive awe. Bang! Zi Chen pushed out his palm. The half-saint star spirit's expression became more contemptuous. The giant sword in his hand slashed horizontally again. The sword light flashed, as if he was going to cut Zi Chen in half. Zi Chen stepped aside, and the sword light brushed past his body. The moment the sword light brushed past his body, Zi Chen leaned forward and hit the half-saint star spirit with his palm again. This palm was so light that Xing Chen thought it could only make the half-saint lose his balance and take 2 steps back. It could not hurt him at all. The fact was as he thought. After Zi Chen's palm hit the half-saint star spirit, He lost his balance and took 2 steps back. What's the use of such an attack? Xing was shocked by Ziqin, but now it was replaced by doubt. However, in the next moment, the doubt on his face was replaced by astonishment. The moment the half-saint star spirit lost his balance and took 2 steps back, Ziqin's body shone with a dazzling golden light. He arrived in front of the half-saint star spirit in an instant and then hit him with a punch. After the punch, Ziqin seemed to have predicted the direction of the half-saint star spirit's loss of balance. He took a step forward and punched again. Then his body flashed again, and a golden fingerprint hit the half-saint star spirit. In Xingqian's eyes, Ziqin had completely turned into a golden light. He surrounded the semi-holy star spirit and continuously attacked. These attacks might not be powerful, but they were perfectly linked together, making the semi-holy star spirit unable to regain his center of gravity from the beginning. His body involuntarily swayed left and right with Ziqin's attacks, constantly changing his direction. Bang! 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 Fists, palms, fingers, elbows, knees. Similar attacks were launched unceasingly, falling on the half-saint star spirit. Energy reverberated unceasingly. Ah! The half-saint star spirit looked up to the sky and roared. The half-saint aura around him surged and spread out like waves. This power was very strong, but it had no effect on Ziqin in the slightest. This was because Ziqin's physical body was even stronger. It was comparable to a heaven-defying heavenly soldier. How could a half-saint with only soul power suppress him? The astonishment on his face turned into shock again. An ancient memory appeared in his sea of consciousness. Xingqian looked at Ziqin, who was shining with golden light, and said involuntarily, This is the ancient race's close combat technique. The Star Tribe was very clear about the ancient race's combat techniques. This was because the Star Tribe was one of the 4 great kings of the ancient race. In his sea of consciousness, some introductions about the close combat techniques appeared. One of them was that once one's body was stuck to, there was no other way to break free except by being several times stronger than the opponent. This was a combo attack technique. From the beginning, it was to destroy the enemy. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that the energy was exhausted. The other was that the enemy was dead or defeated. I didn't expect him to know this kind of combo attack technique. In order to launch this kind of combo attack, he must have a strong physical body. Previously, I guessed that Ziqin only had the perfect spiritual thoughts. This doesn't seem to be accurate. Since he can use this kind of combo attack technique against a half-saint, perhaps his physical body is also called the ancient race's perfect body. The shocked Xingqian finally understood Ziqin's intention after seeing Ziqin's close combat combo attack technique. This kind of close combat was very suitable for him to be surrounded by attacks from the peak heavenly realm. This was because the half-saint would be attacked by the other heavenly realm experts. Ah, the half-saint star spirit was still roaring, but it was useless. Although his cultivation level was higher, his combat strength was still a little weaker than Ziqin's. As the attacks fell, the heaven-defying energy that entered the star spirit's body with the attacks also erupted. The star spirit's body emitted a dazzling golden light. This golden light pierced the star spirit's body from the inside out. It was like a sharp sword that pierced the star spirit's body and armor. The half-saint star spirit's unwilling roar resounded throughout the world. The armor that was torn apart by the golden light dissipated and turned into specks of starlight. At the same time, the star spirit's body also disappeared. However, the star spirit's roar suddenly stopped when his body dissipated. There seemed to be a touch of human emotion in his angry and ruthless eyes. He turned his head to look at Ziqin. His expression changed, and there seemed to be a touch of gratitude in his eyes. Then the star spirit turned his head again and saw Xingqian. His face revealed a look of realization and relief. He smiled at Xingqian, and his body dissipated in an instant. Just as the star spirit disappeared, a light spot of Xingqian appeared in the star spirit's sea of consciousness. It turned into a ray of light and flew toward Xingqian. Let them go. At the same time, a cold voice resounded in the sky when the half-saint star spirit disappeared. There was a tone of command in this voice that could not be disobeyed. As soon as the words came out, the rest of the star spirits immediately showed fear on their faces and retreated. I hope you can succeed. Another low murmur sounded. The half-saint star spirit completely dissipated in the star rain. Let's go. In Zicheng's sea of consciousness, Xingqian's voice sounded. He was not an indecisive person. He did not think about what was going on. He immediately turned into a ray of golden light and flew out of the city. The star spirits were still in a state of awe. When they saw Zichen fly past them, they all showed awe and hesitation on their faces. They seemed to be struggling. Obviously, the order just now was not enough to completely suppress them. Under the cover of the formation, the instinct to kill made them struggle. Roar. After a while, a low roar resounded. A heaven realm creature raised the weapon in his hand and rushed towards Zichen. If there was one, there would be a second soon. The instinct to kill had completely taken over their hearts. After that, more star spirits rushed out and chased after Zichen. All the star spirits in the city moved and continued to besiege Zichen. Fortunately, while the star spirits were struggling, Zichen had already flown far away. At the moment, he was less than 1/3 of the way to the city gate. Boom! The golden light around his body was violent. For the last part of the journey, Zichen drove with all his strength. He flew out of the city in a straight line like a cannonball. Behind Zichen, Xingqian chased after him desperately. Behind Xingqian, the star spirits that Zichen had crashed into turned into Xingqian's crystals and followed behind Xingqian. Swoosh! In this way, when there was still some time before dawn, Zichen successfully passed through the city. After passing through the city, he didn't stop but continued to rush forward. After about 10,000 miles, he stopped and looked up at the sky. The night was about to pass. After a while, Xingqian caught up with him, panting. After the battle in the city, Xingqian now admired Zichen more and more. The sky was bright. The star spirits outside the city dissipated with the disappearance of the star rain. Another day had come. Xingqian sat cross-legged on a big rock and began to merge the starlight left by the half-saint. For some reason, Zichen felt that the starlight was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It would take a long time to merge the starlight left by the half-saint. Zichen stayed where he was and protected Xingqian. The peak heaven realm creatures in the city didn't continue to chase after Zichen after he left the city. However, there were still star spirits of other levels outside, but they couldn't do anything to Zichen. Soon, 10 days passed. Xingqian finally merged with the starlight and opened his eyes. His eyes were full of joy and excitement. With the merged starlight, even if Zichen broke the formation, he wouldn't die. And he might even be able to get out of here and avenge the Star Tribe. He looked at Zichen with gratitude in his eyes. How far are we from the core of the formation? Zichen sat on a big rock and looked ahead. This place was very strange. Nothing could be seen during the day, like an illusion. Only at night could one see. At full speed, we should be able to go deep in half a month, Xingqian said in a low voice. How many half-saints are there? Hearing Zichen's words, Xingqian was lost in thought. After a while, he said with uncertainty, I don't know the details, but from the formation, there should be 9. 9 half-saints? Zichen's eyes flashed with cold light. The way out was right in front of him. Not to mention 9 half-saints. Even if there were 19 or 90 Zichen, he would still have to fight. Those 9 half-saints are all suppressed by Saint Crystals. Their battle strength should be stronger than the one in the city. It doesn't matter. Let's go deep tonight. When night came, the two started to move forward at full speed. Along the way, Xing-Chen collected a lot of Xing-Chen's crystals. Soon, half a month passed. The two came to the core of the formation in the depths of this world. That's the core of the formation. Just go there and destroy the formation. 10,000 feet away, Xing-Chen pointed to the shining altar and said, looking at the altar, Ziqin could still feel the powerful aura surging from it, even though they were 10,000 feet apart. This aura came from the altar itself, and from the 9 statues below the altar. They used to be saints of the Star tribe. After their vitality was extinguished, they were turned into statues by the Xin tribe and became part of the formation. The saint crystals in their bodies were dug out to protect this formation. Looking at the 9 statues, Xing-Chen revealed a sorrowful expression. 9 saints. When Ziqin heard this, he was clearly shocked. Chapter 2082. A star spirit appeared within the range. His outfit was very similar to Xing-Chen's. They both had Xing-Chen's armor on their bodies and held Xing-Chen's spear in their hands. As soon as the star spirit appeared, he began to release the aura of a half-saint. The holy aura spread toward them. The star spirit's eyes were cold, but there was emptiness and dullness in his eyes. The star spirit's aura was not very strong for Xing-Chen. He looked at the star spirit and explained, he is also a star spirit, but there is an additional consciousness of the God clan in his sea of consciousness. That consciousness is to protect this place. Everything he does is based on instinct. In front of the two, the array seemed to have divided this place into 2 worlds. One of them was the star rain world where Ziqin was, and the other was the half-saint world where there was no star rain. Go back. Looking at the 2 people in the star rain, they did not move. The star spirit in front of them shouted coldly again. The aura released from his body became stronger. He had encountered many similar situations. Some star spirits would always come here by mistake and be scared away by him. But this time, the 2 obviously would not retreat because of this. The 2 of them stepped forward at the same time. You are courting death. A cold light flashed in the star spirit's eyes. Ziqin and Xing-Chen entered the core of the array at the same time. Swoosh! The star spirit in front of them stepped forward. Xing-Chen's spear in his hand turned into a stream of light and stabbed toward Ziqin. An intruder and a star spirit were together. Naturally, they had to deal with the intruder first. Clang! Ziqin stood still. Another spear light flashed and blocked the star spirit's attack. According to the original plan, Xing-Chen would block the first star spirit's attack for Ziqin. Ziqin stood still. His aura flowed and his black hair danced. He raised his hands in front of his chest. Golden light shone on his fingertips as he began to form seals. A hot and violent aura emerged from his body. Waves of energy appeared from his fingertips and fell in front of Ziqin. Xing-Chen and Xingling were fighting at the front, and clanging sounds could be heard continuously. Although Xing-Chen was only at the peak of Heaven Realm, he had an extraordinary background and his attack was very powerful. It was not a problem for him to block a sage-to-be star spirit. The star spirits who were in the midst of battle no longer spoke nonsense and began to fight with all their might. Starlight surged, and sharp killing moves were displayed. This battle was related to the fate of the Star tribe. They wouldn't stop until one of them died. Die. The second half-saint star spirit appeared. He held a star sword in his hand and charged at Ziqin. The sword light carried a powerful aura as it cut through the sky. Ziqin tapped his foot on the ground and retreated backward. The final seal finally appeared in his hand. Buzz! A golden imprint appeared in front of Ziqin, containing destructive energy waves. After a slight tremble, it went straight for the second star spirit. The star spirit was a sage-to-be. He could speak, but he didn't have a complete consciousness after all. If it were other experts, they would naturally defend themselves or dodge as fast as they could after sensing the energy waves of Zichen's attack. But the star spirit didn't. He still held the sword in his hand tightly, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He looked like he wasn't afraid of death. Then he stabbed at Zichen's extreme yang technique with his sword. The extreme yang technique, which was full of violent thunderbolts, was pierced by the sword, and the golden light in it exploded completely. Boom! The golden light exploded, and the space began to tremble. The sage-to-be star spirit's body was completely covered by the violent thunderbolts, and a shrill scream came out from it. At this moment, the third star spirit didn't have time to appear. The shrill scream alarmed the two people who were fighting. At this moment, they subconsciously turned back and looked at the violent golden thunderbolt energy. The sage-to-be star spirit flew out from the violent energy. His body was filled with thunderbolts, and his body kept twitching. After flying out for a short distance, his body turned into starlight and disappeared from the world. Only a piece of crystal that emitted saint might fell to the ground. Xingqian was stunned when he saw that a half-saint star spirit had been killed with a single strike. Just at this moment, the third star spirit appeared. His exposed eyes were filled with extreme anger. "Damn intruder! How dare you!" His angry voice resounded through the world. But he didn't finish his sentence and suddenly stopped. A psychedelic light appeared beside Zichen. The light turned into a little fairy and landed on Zichen's shoulder. The sudden stop made Xingqian confused. He turned his head and looked at the other party. The pair of eyes that were filled with anger suddenly became lifeless. Then a kacha sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the head of the starlight armor, and in the end it exploded. A visible wound pierced through the man's head. Pum! The body of the third star spirit exploded and turned into Xingqian's power. Another saint crystal fell to the ground. "This is..." Xingqian opened his eyes wide and looked at the little fairy on Zichen's shoulder. He couldn't associate the death of the sage-to-be star spirit with such a little guy. But it seemed that there was no other abnormal situation. 2 star spirits were killed in an instant. This was enough to attract the attention of the rest of the star spirits. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th, the rest of the star spirits appeared and rushed toward Zichen from all directions. The void trembled as streaks of sharp blade attacks tore through the air, heading straight for Zichen. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. Facing the attack of 6 sage-to-be, he couldn't be careless. The moment the heavenly thunder wings appeared, the attacks of the 6 sage-to-be star spirits arrived. Zichen displayed his maximum speed. The 6 attacks stopped in front of Zichen. Swoosh! The moment the weapon stopped, Zichen charged forward and punched a half-saint. A violent fist light immediately bombarded the half-saint's body. With a loud bang, the man was sent flying backward with his weapon in tow. Subsequently, Zichen's figure flashed again as he punched out again. At a glance, Zichen seemed to have become 6 people in an instant. Each of them punched and sent 6 sage-to-be star spirits flying. When the 6 sage-to-be star spirits flew backward, the armor of Xingqian on 2 of them shattered. Their aura became weak. The remaining 4 were intact. The coldness in their eyes grew stronger. Kill! There was another cold shout, and the few star spirits rushed forward again. However, this time, only the 4 of them who still had their star armors on their bodies rushed forward. As for the other 2, they stood still on the spot. The saber spirit, who had disappeared, returned to Zichen's shoulder. It flapped its wings and looked silly and cute. As for the 2 sage-to-be star spirits who did not rush forward, there was a fatal wound between their eyebrows. Bang! Bang! The bodies of the 2 sage-to-be star spirits also exploded and turned into the pure power of Xingqian. The power of Xing-Qin floated in the sky and floated to the altar. It was absorbed by the light ball in the center of the altar. The eye that had disappeared in the light ball slowly appeared and became clear. Then it opened again. This time, the opening of the eye did not cause any changes in the world, because he was not asleep. He just closed his eyes because he was too tired. When he opened his eyes, he saw the battlefield in front of him. He saw Zi-Qin, Xing-Qin, and the 5 sage-to-be star spirits. At this time, 4 sage-to-be star spirits rushed toward Zi-Qin. The eye wanted to remind Zi-Qin to be careful, but it was too late. The 4 sage-to-be star spirits had already reached Zi-Qin. Then the eye saw a silver light flashing. It was the light of the heavenly thunder wings. It affected the surrounding space and slowed down the attacks of the 4 sage-to-be star spirits. Shrouded by the mysterious space, Zi-Qin's speed increased sharply. With a golden light shining, Zi-Qin punched out 4 more times. The 4 sage-to-be star spirits who rushed forward flew backward again. 2 of the sage-to-be Xing-Qin's armor exploded. Such combat strength! There was a touch of shock in his eyes. A heaven realm expert against 4 sage-to-be star spirits. But the sage-to-be star spirits were defeated. Zi-Qin's combat strength shocked him. At this time he saw a psychedelic light flash past Zi-Qin and go straight to the 2 sage-to-be star spirits who had lost their sage-to-be Xing-Qin's armor. Facing the psychedelic light, the 2 sage-to-be star spirits had no time to react. Their heads were penetrated. Then he saw the 2 sage-to-be star spirits explode. The pure power of Xing-Qin floated toward him and was absorbed by him, strengthening his soul power. So that's how it is. Seeing this scene, he knew why he was able to wake up again. The shock in his eyes was still there. At the same time, he guessed that there were only 3 sage-to-be star spirits left among the 9 sage-to-be star spirits. The same scene played out again. Almost the same as before, Zi-Qin killed the last 2 sage-to-be star spirits with the same means. It was not that these sage-to-be star spirits did not have soul power and did not know how to be flexible. It was just that Zi-Qin's means were too powerful. The extreme speed of the Thunder Tribe was already the top extreme speed cultivation method in the world. After the extreme speed came the power. It was believed that no one at the same level could be stronger than Zi-Qin. It should be known that even Gao Wei, who was recognized as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator, could not be compared with Zi-Qin's power. The saber spirit that killed the sage-to-be star spirits was specially matched with the thunder saber manipulation cultivation method. The origin of this cultivation method was even more extraordinary. Only one person in the world could master it. When the thunder sacred beast passed on the cultivation method to him, it even sacrificed its own soul. The combination of all kinds of power showed the scene in front of them. Zi-Qin killed the sage-to-be star spirits here almost effortlessly. In this world, among all the heavenly realm, only Zi-Qin could deal with them so easily. If it was someone else, even if Gao Wei came, it would be much more difficult to deal with these sage-to-be star spirits. The battle should be over now. Looking at the 2 sage-to-be star spirits on the other side, Zi-Qin said to Xing-Qin. Xing-Qin, who was completely stunned, came to his senses. He nodded and began to attack with all his might. Without any pressure, Xing-Qin showed his full strength and spent nearly 15 minutes to kill the sage-to-be star spirits. 9 sage-to-be star spirits were killed, leaving behind 9 pieces of Saint crystals. Xing-Qin went forward to pick up the Saint crystals, looking very excited. This excitement was not because of the Saint crystals, but because of the Star Tribe. After killing the 9 sage-to-be star spirits, the Star Tribe would be liberated. Chapter 2083. Seeing the eye in the ball of light, Zi-Qin's pupils suddenly shrank. He instantly recalled the scene he had felt in the outer region. An unimaginable sense of crisis emerged from the bottom of his heart. Like a raccoon whose tail had been stepped on, Zichen jumped back. During this process, the scabbard that he hadn't used appeared in Zichen's hand. He held the scabbard in his left hand and stared at the open eye on the altar. He shouted coldly, "Who are you?" Although he hadn't seen the eye in the sky before, his perception wouldn't be wrong. Now that he saw the eye on the altar, Zichen was certain that it was the eye he had sensed. "Don't be nervous. He is." Seeing Zichen's intense reaction, Xingchen was slightly startled, but he didn't know how to explain. "Little guy, you even have a scabbard. You have surprised this old man again." The eye blinked at Zichen, and an old voice came from it. "Who are you?" Zichen stared at the other party. "I'm just an old man from the star race. You don't have to be so nervous. I don't mean you any harm. Your name is Zichen, right? Your name isn't rough. Look at this old man. Do you think I can threaten you?" Seeing that Zichen was still skeptical, Xingchen said bitterly, "He has been connected to the formation. He can only see everything in the formation, but he can't do anything." He could see everything, but he couldn't do anything. He was also a member of the star race, and his memory hadn't been erased. The god race obviously wouldn't be so bored as to keep him here. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. Combined with the scene that Zichen had seen, he could almost guess the other party's identity. "Yes, I haven't been killed. I've just been sealed." As if he had guessed Zichen's thoughts, the old voice sounded again. Zichen was silent. He didn't look so nervous anymore. Looking at the eye in the ball of light, he felt sad. If his guess was correct, the soul sealed in that ball of light was definitely the strongest person of the Star Clan in the past. Star Ancestor. The God Clan had purposely kept him here because they couldn't kill him completely. That was why they had left him here to watch the Star Clan's members turn into star spirits and kill each other. Their souls wouldn't vanish, and they wouldn't enter the reincarnation cycle. "You are the one who defies the heavens of this generation. Little fellow, welcome to this place." The old man seemed to have long become numb to all of this. There was not much emotion in the old man's voice. "What can I do for the star race?" asked Zichen. His hostility had disappeared. "If you are willing, you can destroy this formation and return freedom to the Star Tribe," the old voice said. "What should I do?" Zichen asked. "It's very simple. You just have to come forward and take away this ball of light." Zichen was stunned. "It's that simple." "It's easy to say, but it's as hard as climbing the sky to do it." The old man's voice was filled with bitterness. "Intruders can't enter this place. People of the Star Tribe can't come close." Xingchen spread his hands, his face begrudging. It was true that this place belonged to the Star Path. It was the most special one. Only the ones who defied the heavens, like him, could enter this place. With this condition, it would depend on whether the one who defied the heavens would enter the Star Path or not. Even if he entered the special Star Path, it would depend on whether he was lucky enough to come to this world. Then, whether he had the competence to come here or not. With so many conditions, this simple would become not simple. Zichen stepped forward, trying to climb the altar to break the formation. "Wait." The old voice arose. Zichen stopped, looking at the eye in the ball of light suspiciously. "Before I break the formation, I have some questions to ask." "Predecessor, please ask." "You are the one who defied the heavens of this generation." "Yes." "Your energy is lightning, but you have the inheritance of the limitless." "Yes. I have both yin and yang energies in my body." "Amazing. It's something that the limitless couldn't do that year. You're the one who defied the heavens. Why did you come here?" "The alien tribes invaded. I drove away the one who defied the heavens of the alien tribes. Great sage Yin Zhong asked me not to join the upcoming battle. He asked me to enter the star path first. This is my first stop. Turns out it's Ian Joan. I didn't think that he was still alive. All right, I've finished my questions. I have one thing to tell you. The old voice became more solemn. Predecessor, please tell me. This place is covered by the 3 talents slaughtering formation. In the range of the formation, besides swallowing each other, the other souls are immortal. The reason why the God Clan had targeted the Star Tribe was to deal with the humans on this life star. Later on, after you take the light ball, don't break it. I hope you can keep it. When the war erupts again, and the God Clan joins the battle, you can put the light ball back to its original position and take this world to fight. Predecessor! Shiryen was astounded, looking at the other. He was shaken. The Star Tribe has been destroyed. The remaining ones are all remnant souls. They can't leave this world, so we can't take revenge. What we can do is to let these remnant souls fight. You don't need to worry. After you take the light ball, you can close the formation. My clansmen won't kill each other. Their minds will recover slowly. They will have intellect and absorb Xing Chen's energy to cultivate. When the war starts, you can put the light ball back to its original position. They will still be immortal souls. It's the last contribution the Star Tribe has made to this life star. Zi Chen was baffled. He couldn't say anything for a long time. The eye in the light ball moved away from Zi Chen to Xing Chen. How about you? Where do you want to go? I want to take revenge for the Star Tribe, said Xing Chen, his voice firm. I respect your choice. Before I leave, I will help you rebuild your body. Xing Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately took out the Xing Chen's crystals he had collected. These Xing Chen's crystals flew to the light ball. At the same time, Xing Chen took out 9 holy crystals. All of them flew to the light ball. After the Xing Chen's crystals fell on the light ball, they began to decompose. Xing Chen's energy gushed out from the light ball. Through the formation, it created a meteor shower falling on Xing Chen's body. Different from the other meteor showers, this one was full of vitality. At the same time, the 9 holy crystals also decomposed in the light ball, turning into silk threads and some pure saint power. The light ball extracted the saint power from the crystals. Then, through the formation, the meteor shower showered on Xing Chen's body. This is, seeing the meteor shower above Xing Chen's head, Zi Chen's expression clearly changed, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. This was because the meteor shower was made up of pure saint power. It was a non-elemental saint power. It was a true treasure that anyone could use. Xing Chen closed his eyes and bathed in Xing Chen's holy rain. Zi Chen could clearly feel a surge of vitality gushing out from his body. Originally, Xing Chen's body was made up of pure Xing Chen's energy. It was only an energy body, not a physical body. At this moment, with the help of the star ancestor, Xing Chen's body was reconstructed and he became a living being with flesh and blood. Moreover, he had absorbed pure saint power. In the future, Xing Chen's achievements would at least reach the saint realm. For Xing Chen, today's scene was a great opportunity. Zi Chen, you must have some doubts in your heart. I can clear them up for you. In the light ball that was no longer bright, the old voice sounded again. Zi Chen did have some doubts in his heart. He said directly, "This is my first stop on the Special Star Road. As far as I know, this Special Star Road was created by us. I don't understand why the Star Tribe would appear here. I'm not sure about the special star path you're talking about. In the battle back then, I wasn't a match for the heavenly deity of the God race. As a result, the star race fell. The God race refined the entire star race into a great array. As the battle continued, the God race was defeated in the end. However, our star race had already been annihilated. All the living beings of the star race were covered by the great array. They could either break the array and destroy the star race, or leave the array behind and condense the battle soul of the star race, allowing the people of the star race to wake up again. Zichen nodded his head. He was now clear about the doubts he had previously. The Star Tribe was purposely left behind by the victors to prevent the Star Tribe from being destroyed. That was why the Star Tribe was like this. However, the only difference was that the star spirits of the Star Tribe weren't controlled by the God Tribe anymore. The God Tribe didn't monitor them anymore. Zichen coming here should be a part of the plan. However, it wasn't aimed at Zichen alone. It was aimed at the sky-defying warriors of this era. Zichen, you said that the Star Road was designed by the people of the Life Star. However, it's not accurate. The Star Road was built by the alien tribes. While you are on the Star Road, you have to be aware of the alien tribes at all times. Because when the two sides meet, they will fight to the death. The Star Road controlled by the Life Star only has a small section. It's the Star Road that connects to the alien tribes. On that Star Road, everybody is pursuing the path to the Saint Realm. These things are for you. They will be useful for your journey. As soon as the old voice finished, many chips flew out from the light ball. Some silk threads were sealed in those chips. What are these? Zichen asked curiously after receiving the chips. These are the rules I extracted from the Saint Crystal. I have used the pure Saint power. Only the Saint power rules are left. They will be useful on the Star Road. It's not difficult to become a saint on the Star Road. However, you have to remember that if you want to become the strongest, you have to walk the path that suits you the most. Is it easy to become a saint? Zichen was confused. Everybody said that it was difficult to become a saint, but the Star Ancestor said it was easy. It seemed that there were secrets on the Star Road that he didn't know. The Saint Rain disappeared. Xingchen's body was rebuilt. It was time to leave. Zichen stepped onto the altar. He passed through the passage easily and came to the light ball. Come, little guy. The Star Ancestor's voice came from the light ball. Zichen held the light ball with both hands and slowly lifted it up. Goodbye. Xingchen looked at the light ball. Tears fell from his eyes. The 3 talent killing formation was completely shut down. Chapter 2084. Zichen removed the light sphere from the array, which meant that the core of the array had been removed and the array had stopped operating. As the formation was closed, the soul of the Star Ancestor, who had become one with the entire formation, dissipated and fell. This is what the God race did in the past. If the Star race is freed, the Star Ancestor will fall. The Astral Ancestor lives, the Astral race declined. Zichen held the light ball in his hand and looked at the light gradually dissipating on the altar. The last laughter belonging to the Star Ancestor was still reverberating between heaven and earth. Laughter of relief. Without the core of the formation, the clear sky suddenly became full of stars, and the disappeared city and star spirits appeared one by one. The killing and devouring thoughts that had been imposed on their sea of consciousness disappeared, and they stood there in a daze, their eyes filled with confusion. Some of the more powerful Heaven Realm experts' eyes quickly became clear. They seemed to have understood something, and their gazes all turned to where the core of the formation used to be. Swish, swish. There were flashes of light in the Star Slave City. Heavenly realms of the Star race rushed out of the city that they had stayed in for many years. Their target is the depths, and they vaguely guess what has happened, and their eyes are filled with grief, and their memories of their lives have awakened. Goodbye, Star race. Xingchen stood on the altar and looked at the land of the Star race. Tears of reluctance fell from his eyes as he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the altar. Zichen, who was next to the altar, put away the core of the array, the light ball that had lost the Star Ancestor's soul. Zichen's figure disappears. Without its core, the tripartite slaughtering formation could not be fully activated, and the will of the God race could not be transmitted. Stars will appear in the sky, and the Star race will have no day, only night. The endless Star race will provide energy for the Star race. They don't need to kill each other anymore. They just need to awaken their memories and increase their strength. When the Heaven Realm experts saw the two beams of light leaving, they stopped in a daze. The one standing at the front was a peak Heaven Realm expert. It was the half-step sage that Zichen had killed. However, he no longer had the aura of a half-step sage. He looked up at the sky and said solemnly, "Don't worry. We'll split our souls and make the star race stronger again." They went no further and turned back to the city. Boom! Violent energy waves resounded, and a mountain-sized beast fell in front of him. The huge body fell on the ground, bringing up a thick cloud of dust. After gaining a physical body, my strength is indeed very strong. Xing Chen looked at his right fist with satisfaction. When Xing Chen had just left the star race, he seemed to be very disappointed. However, after going through several dangerous situations, he gradually put away his disappointment and began to improve his combat strength. Turning around to look at Zichen, Xing Chen quickly walked up to the dead giant beast and cut open its body, taking out a shining inner core. Is that its world? Zichen caught up. His initial guess had been confirmed. It can't be considered a world, but a heavenly pill or heavenly crystal. This is the crystallization of all the energy within a heavenly beast's body. It is somewhat similar to a world, but in this world, not everyone cultivates the world Tao. The heavenly state is a kind of realm, and the energy of the heavenly state is just a kind of energy. Therefore, in this world, not everyone walks the same cultivation path as Zichen. For example, Xing Chen was able to go from a soul to a heavenly state in just a year. Naturally, his cultivation path was different from Zichen's. However, the quality of his power was not much different from Zichen's. The only difference was that Zichen comprehended many laws, while Xing Chen only comprehended one law, the star law. What can this thing do? Seeing Xing Chen keep the heavenly crystal, Zichen asked. Raising the heavenly crystal in his hand, Xing Chen smiled. It can be used to recover my energy. Although Xing Chen's energy is a bit impure, it is definitely a good thing. It had been more than a month since they left the star race. In this month, the two of them had passed through two worlds. In both worlds, Zichen had not found the energy to recover his energy. He guessed that it was impossible to recover energy in this star path. At this moment, looking at the heavenly crystal in Xing Chen's hand, he was a little surprised and asked, "You can directly absorb its energy." That's right, directly absorb it. However, only I can use it because it can barely be considered a star beast. It absorbs Xing Chen's energy. Of course, if you have comprehended Xing Chen's laws, you can also use it. Zichen shook his head. He had comprehended many laws, but he did not comprehend the star law. After keeping the heavenly crystal, Xing Chen did not leave. Instead, he continued to dissect the star beast and took out some glowing bones. Zichen did not stop him. Instead, he quietly watched. After stepping on the star path, some of the things they encountered were not the same as before. As for Xing Chen, Zichen could faintly guess his origin. Therefore, he was able to quickly adapt to the star path and knew many things that Zichen did not. "How's your skill?" Xing Chen, who was taking out bones, suddenly stopped and looked at Zichen. "It's all right. It's just that I haven't practiced for a long time. Maybe I'm a little rusty." Zichen smiled and replied, "It was good to have someone to talk to on the long star path." Xing Chen smiled and threw a piece of glowing star beast meat to Zichen and said, "For existences like you who are almost like bitter cultivators, other than not being weak, you should also have one or two other skills. I believe your skill is not bad." That piece of star beast meat was glowing with a colorful light. It was different from the other meat. It was clearly specially selected. Zichen waved his hand, and a ball of energy flames enveloped the piece of star beast meat. Xing Chen did not guess wrongly. As an existence comparable to bitter cultivators, Zichen's skill was really good. Soon, the piece of star beast meat was roasted golden by the energy flames. After a mouthful of star beast meat, filled with spirit energy, entered his stomach, Xing closed his eyes in intoxication. A moment later, he opened his eyes and sighed. It's been a long time since I've tasted this kind of thing. The skill is truly top-notch. Zichen, who was holding the other half of the star beast meat, looked at Xing and said, "Then should I call you Star Ancestor?" At this moment, Xing was only wearing Xing robes. The Xing imprint between his eyebrows was already gone. His appearance was 80% similar to the Star Ancestor's appearance that Zichen had seen in his memories. When he heard Zichen's words, he was clearly startled, as if he was recalling something. "I can feel the same soul aura," Zichen said indifferently. Shaking his head, Xing said, "I'm not the Star Ancestor. I'm Xing son. The Star Ancestor has already fallen. I'm formed from the Star Ancestor's spirit energy. I know some things about the Star Ancestor, but I have my own consciousness." When the Star Ancestor was mentioned again, Xing expression did not change. Zichen nodded. Xing might have once been the Star Ancestor, but when the Star Ancestor asked him for his choice, he was no longer the Star Ancestor, but Xing son. How can there be no wine when there's meat? Zichen smiled and threw a bottle of wine to Xing. He took out another bottle and said, "To the deceased Star Ancestor. To the deceased Star Ancestor." Xing also smiled, and the two bottles clinked. At this moment, there was no longer the Star Ancestor, only Xing son. No way, they're still here. Looking at the densely packed black astral beasts in front of him, Xing expression could not help but become bitter. Hearing the rumbling sounds and seeing the black astral beasts continuously approaching, Zichen also frowned. These astral beasts' combat strength was equivalent to a pseudo-heaven. After killing them, they did not have any heaven crystals in their bodies, but they had a lot of them. What made people even more speechless was that these things would self-destruct when they sensed danger, and the power was equivalent to a heaven realm attack. Once a few dozen of them self-destructed together, the destructive power was enough to give even Zichen a headache. He and Xing had already passed through two worlds, and both worlds were filled with these things. After expending a lot of energy, they finally passed through that world, and did not expect to encounter these things again. If this continues, even I will be exhausted to death. The energy in Zichen's body was enough to sustain an entire world, but it was unable to be produced. Thus, it was constantly being consumed, and there would be a time when it would be used up. It had been almost 2 years since he stepped onto the Star Road, and in these 2 years, Zichen had not replenished his energy even once. Among all the Heaven Realm experts, perhaps only a heaven-defying like Zichen could afford to consume so much energy in these 2 years. Charge through. Taking a deep breath, Zichen's body shone with a golden light as he began to charge forward. Looks like the energy that I just replenished is going to be used up again. I urgently need the heaven crystals that contain Xing-Chen's power. Xing-Chen followed closely behind, turning into a ray of Xing-Chen's light as he charged forward. Boom! Zichen, who was charging forward, punched out, and a golden energy fist continued to charge forward to open up a path for Zichen. Everywhere it passed, the black exotic beasts exploded, and some of them sensed the danger in advance and chose to self-destruct. Shwa! Zichen's body shone with a golden light as he charged forward at the edge of the self-destruct energy. Boom! However, he did not go far before he encountered the self-destruct of the black exotic beasts again, and they continued to self-destruct. A mysterious energy spread out in all directions, and the moment the self-destruct energy stopped, Zichen forced his way through. Amidst the explosions, Zichen and Xing finally passed through the group of black exotic beasts. After that, the two of them went deeper into the Star Road. After reaching another world, the annoying black exotic beasts finally disappeared. Training on this star road was full of danger. Even with Xingqian as his companion, Ziqin still encountered danger several times. According to Xingqian, the place they were currently in was still within the range of the Life Star, and they had not set foot on the True Star Road. During the journey, other than fighting, there was only fighting, and the days were somewhat boring. However, the constant fighting could greatly temper the heavenly Tao techniques. Chapter 2085. Each of the 4 sacred beast seal techniques was extremely powerful. Ziqin guessed that this should be the strongest seal technique of the 4 sacred beasts. According to the classification of heavenly Tao techniques, it should be the highest level of heavenly Tao techniques. Ziqin had also comprehended heavenly Tao techniques of this level. For example, extreme yin and extreme yang. The grade of the Thunder defensive blade was unknown. However, considering its uniqueness and powerful strength, it should not be lower than 9th grade. However, these heavenly Tao techniques were all supported by external forces when he first started learning them. Take extreme yin and extreme yang, for example. These were 2 completely different imprints that had been deeply imprinted in Ziqin's Sea of Consciousness. Therefore, it was not difficult for Ziqin to comprehend them. The Thunder defensive blade had the guidance of the Thunder sacred beast soul. However, it still took Ziqin a lot of time. The 4 sacred beast seal techniques did not have any external guidance. It was extremely difficult to comprehend them. In a relatively quiet world, Ziqin sat cross-legged. In his Sea of Consciousness, the 4 sacred beast seal techniques imprints were glowing. Ziqin was constantly comprehending them. This was the first time he had arrived in this world. Ziqin found a quiet place to comprehend the seal techniques, while Xingqian checked the surroundings to see if there were any abnormalities. About an hour later, Xingqian carried a dead heavenly beast's corpse back. The heavenly beast landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble and dust to rise. Ziqin opened his eyes and saw an excited Xingqian. The latter looked at Ziqin and smiled excitedly. Another heavenly beast that absorbed Xingqian's energy. Hee, I can get another piece of heavenly crystal. I wonder when we can reach the end of this damn star road. It seems like I need to prepare more heavenly crystals. Xingqian grumbled as he dissected the corpse. However, his expression was very excited. He was full of energy along the way. Why did you collect those bones? Xingqian's grumbling made Ziqin unable to focus on his comprehension. He had no choice but to open his eyes and ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. This is good stuff. After we leave the star path, we can exchange it for heaven crystals to recover our energy. You should know that resources are very scarce in the star path. Xingqian once again took out a shining piece of beast bone, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Exchange? Is there a place to trade in the star passages? Ziqin's face revealed a curious expression. Of course, there are also forces in the star road. Traveling in the star road is fraught with dangers, and the energy consumed is difficult to recover. Therefore, the resources there are extremely valuable. Things like these heavenly beasts can be used to exchange for resources, and among them, energy recovery resources are the most precious. There's no heaven and earth energy there, Ziqin asked. Most places don't have it, but there are still some regions. However, it's very thin, and it's very difficult to maintain the energy consumed by the heavenly realm. Hearing Xingqian's words, Ziqin couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. He frowned and said, "Then can you guarantee that the place to trade will have Xingqian's heavenly crystals that you need?" Xingqian had mastered the star law. What he needed to recover his energy was the star law. If he obtained a fire attribute heaven crystal, it would have no effect on recovering his energy. Ziqin had comprehended many laws, and they were very heterogeneous. Furthermore, They had fused into heaven-defying energy. Could it be that he needed the corresponding heaven-defying, heavenly crystals to recover his energy? He believed that there were no such heavenly crystals in this world, so he was worried about the problem of replenishing his energy. Xing Qin seemed to have guessed Zi Chen's thoughts. He smiled and said, "The operation of the star path requires all the foreign races to maintain it. After many years of development, they have already formed a complete system. As for the heavenly crystals with corresponding attributes, they can be found at almost every trading point. This is especially true for star crystals with a single attribute. It's not difficult to find them. As for those existences with multiple laws, they can use them as long as they obtain a heavenly crystal with no attributes. Heavenly crystals with no attributes should be very difficult to find. Even if they can be found, there won't be many of them. Heavenly crystals with no attributes were equivalent to the spirit stones of the Tianwu continent. However, the difference between the two was that a spirit stone contained too little energy, while heavenly crystal contained energy equivalent to a heaven realm expert. Heavenly crystals with no attributes are the most common in the star path. They are very common, but their price is also more precious than other single attribute heavenly crystals, Xing Qin said. A lot. Zi Qin frowned. Yes, because the heavenly crystal in every heaven realm expert's body is equivalent to a heavenly crystal with no attributes. What does that mean? Zi Qin was even more puzzled. On the star path, there is a special existence called the Spirit Devourer. They have a kind of spirit-devouring divine ability that can forcibly extract the laws in the heavenly crystal, leaving only pure energy in the heavenly crystal. Hearing Xing Chen's words, Zi Chen was shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a special existence on the star path. Suddenly, Zi Chen recalled the scene in the star tribe. Back then, the star ancestor took 9 pieces of Saint crystals from Xing Chen. Then he directly extracted the laws in the 9 pieces of Saint crystals, leaving only pure Saint energy in the Saint crystals. Then the Saint energy was used to reconstruct Xing Chen's body. He looked at Xing Chen and said, "Could it be that the star ancestor was a spirit devourer?" Spirit devourers are a very special existence. They only appear among the foreign tribes. He is not one. The reason why he can separate the laws in the Saint crystals is because he borrowed the power of the tripartite slaughtering formation. Xing Chen looked at Zi Chen and said, "Although there are a lot of heavenly crystals with no attributes in the star path, it is not easy to exchange for them. You will naturally understand this problem when we enter the real star path. I see that you are meditating whenever you have free time. What are you thinking about?" Zi Chen said, "I am comprehending the heavenly path technique." Xing Chen asked curiously, "What technique is it? You haven't comprehended it after so long." Zi Chen glanced at Xing Chen and had some thoughts in his mind. He said, "The 4 sacred beasts seal technique. I haven't learned it yet." "Isn't the 4 sacred beast seal technique exclusive to the 4 sacred beasts?" Xing Chen was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, "Well, you can even get the 4 sacred beast seal technique. It seems that you have a good relationship with the 4 sacred beasts. What kind of seal technique are you comprehending now?" "I don't have any clue. I am comprehending all 4. Xing Chen's sea of consciousness contained the star ancestors' memories. Zi Chen said this at this moment because he wanted Xing Chen to tell him how to solve it. Sure enough, after hearing Zi Chen's words, Xing Chen shook his head and said, "That won't do. You have to comprehend one of them first. When the 4 sacred beasts use the seal technique, it is equivalent to using their innate divine ability. Not only does it contain their own spiritual energy, but it also integrates with their souls. This seal technique is very powerful. It is not something that can be comprehended overnight." With a slightly hesitant expression, Xing Chen looked at Zi Chen and said, "The 4 sacred beast techniques are very powerful, but they have specific attributes that are not compatible with your heaven-defying energy. It will be very difficult to comprehend. It has to be compatible in order to comprehend faster? Of course. For example, you can comprehend extreme yin and extreme yang very quickly. But if I, who has Xing Chen's power, comprehend it, I may not be able to reach the threshold in a few hundred years. Zi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "In that case, as long as the energy is compatible, I can reach the threshold." In theory, that is true. The 4 sacred beast seal technique was very powerful. Zi Chen did not want to give up. Zi Chen had comprehended so many laws and naturally had the energy to complement them. He stretched out his hand, and a flame appeared in his hand. Looking at the ball of flame, Xing Chen said again, "It's useless. You don't have a special body constitution. You're purely of the fire attribute. Its power is too weak. Even if you've comprehended the vermilion bird seal, it won't be of much use." Zi Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "That is not necessarily true." Ignoring Xing Chen, Zi Chen began to use the flame to comprehend the rosefinch seal technique. In his sea of consciousness, a rosefinch appeared. With the energy of the flame, the rosefinch seal technique seemed to become clearer. The rosefinch sometimes turned into a big seal, and sometimes it turned into the rosefinch itself. Seeing Zi Chen immersed in comprehension, Xing Chen shook his head and was speechless. Just as he was about to hunt heavenly beasts again, he suddenly saw Zi Chen's body burning with raging flames. This is... Xing Chen's expression changed as he looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. He entered the comprehension level so quickly. His comprehension ability is too strong. Zi Chen's body was shrouded in flames. Faintly, he could hear the cries of rosefinch. Xing Chen, who was about to leave, sat down. At this moment, Zi Chen was immersed in comprehension. He had to protect Zi Chen. 7 days passed quickly. The flames on Zi Chen's body became more and more intense. Furthermore, there was a strong fluctuation of soul power in the flames. Is this the beginning? As expected of a heaven-defying person, his comprehension ability is simply indescribable. There was a hint of admiration in Xing Chen's eyes. He spread his spiritual senses to cover the surroundings to prevent danger from happening. Half a month passed quickly. The flames around Zi Chen's body began to undergo some kind of transformation. During this time, the cries of rosefinch became clearer. At the same time, the flames on Zi Chen's body slowly expanded. It seemed to be transforming into a flaming rosefinch. A month later, the flames around Zi Chen's body completely transformed into a rosefinch enveloping Zi Chen. Xing Chen looked at the fire crow rosefinch, whose eyes were closed in shock. In just a month, he had comprehended the rosefinch seal technique. What kind of concept was this? He had already seen that when the rosefinch opened its eyes, Zi Chen would successfully perform the seal technique. Another month passed. On a certain day, the rosefinch opened its eyes. Its eyes were filled with destructive intent. A loud cry resounded. The flames of rosefinch that had been surrounding Zi Chen's body for 2 months suddenly left Zi Chen. The flaming rosefinch flew into the air, turned into a huge seal, and fell towards the distant mountain peak. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain peak disappeared. The violent flame energy scattered in all directions. Such power! Unfortunately, you don't have a pure flame body. Xing Chen was shocked and shook his head regretfully. The power of this seal technique was not weak. Unfortunately, it was not suitable for Zi Chen. Zi Chen smiled and did not refute. That was indeed the case. However, there was another reason why he had comprehended the rosefinch seal technique first. Chapter 2086. Looking at the universe original cauldron in Zi Chen's hand and sensing the aura emitted from it, Xingqian was surprised. He cried out involuntarily, "Universe Original Cauldron!" Zichen looked at Xingqian and complimented, "Good eyes. That's the top treasure of a life star. I didn't expect you to have it." Xingqian was surprised. "It's not complete. It's still missing half." "Of course!" Zichen didn't take out the Universe Original Cauldron to show off. As the cauldron opened, a flame gushed out. Feeling the high temperature of the flame, Xingqian was shaken. "It's the heaven flame, the flame from outer space." This ball of flame was only the size of a palm, and it landed in Zichen's hand. "You want to use the heaven flame to urge the rosefinch hand seal." Xingqian understood Zichen's intention quickly, his face disbelieving. "It's the heaven flame. It's not easy to control it." Zichen didn't say anything. It was just his guess. He wasn't sure if he could succeed or not. At this moment, the flame fell into his hand. Zichen released a flow of soul power, extending it into the flame. His soul entered the heaven flame. The terrifying heat of the heaven flame was fully released. Zichen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Worthy of being called the perfect spiritual consciousness. Even though the heaven flame is burning, it doesn't show any sign of being destroyed. Xingqian looked at Zichen, not saying anything. He also wanted to see if Zichen could succeed. The heaven flame could be used to refine heavenly weapons. Although it couldn't be compared to the rosefinch true flame, its effect was much better than the ordinary principle of fire. Pouring his soul power into the heaven flame, Zichen controlled the heaven flame to float in front of him. His hands began to make the rosefinch hand seal. As his soul power entered the heaven flame, it began to change shape. Then a square seal appeared. Is he going to succeed? Xingqian's eyes sparkled in disbelief. "Chi!" All of a sudden, a soft sound rang out. Waves of energy spread out from the heavenly flames, and a destructive aura spread out. Zichen's wisp of soul dissipated along with the heavenly flames. He had failed. Xingqian sighed softly. He was a little disappointed. He thought that he was going to succeed. Zichen was expressionless. He summoned another ball of heavenly fire and sent his spiritual thoughts into it. The early stages were very smooth. With the violent nature of the heavenly fire, it was unrealistic to destroy Zichen's spiritual thoughts. When the hand seals appeared again, Zichen's expression became a little nervous. As he poured energy into the sky flame, the spiritual consciousness within the sky flame also controlled the sky flame to change its shape. However, during the transformation process, the heavenly fire became unstable and difficult to control. At the critical moment of the condensation process, the heavenly fire completely lost control and exploded. The destructive force generated destroyed Zichen's spiritual thoughts. Another failure. Zichen was unwilling to give up and tried for the third time. However, he still failed during the consolidation process. After that, he failed for the fourth time, the fifth time, and the sixth time. After 6 consecutive failures, Zichen's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Xingqian saw the change in Zichen's expression and persuaded, "Don't try anymore. It's useless. It's not the sky flame that's stopping you. It's the invisible rules. Your spiritual thoughts are not rosefinches, and you can't control rosefinch's primordial fire at will. This kind of forced fusion has no chance of success." Zichen raised his head and looked at Xingqian. "According to what you said, only rosefinch can control the primordial fire. Of course, rosefinch was born with the fire attribute. It's easy to control the primordial fire. Not to mention controlling rosefinch's primordial fire. If you can find a trace of rosefinch's soul power, it won't be difficult to control the sky flame," Xingqian said. "I can succeed with rosefinch's soul power." Zichen's eyes flashed. "That's right, but the premise is that you have rosefinch's soul power." "Of course I don't have rosefinch's soul power, but I can create Rose Finch's soul power." Zi Chen's face flashed with an inexplicable light. Under Xing Chen's puzzled expression, Zi Chen's perfect spiritual thoughts appeared again. After it appeared, Zi Chen imagined Rose Finch appearing from Rose Finch's seal in his sea of consciousness. The perfect spiritual thoughts in front of him gradually changed and finally turned into a golden Rose Finch. The Rose Finch's body was burning with golden flames. "This is..." Xing Chen looked at the golden mini Rose Finch in front of Zi Chen in shock. Although they were of different sizes and contained different amounts of energy, he could clearly feel the true aura of Rose Finch from the golden color. Perfect spiritual thoughts transformation technique, a privilege unique to perfect spiritual thoughts. Zi Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand again. The heavenly fire appeared once more. With a thought, the golden Rose Finch flew toward the heavenly fire. As the Rose Finch approached, the heavenly fire began to tremble, as if it felt the pressure of Rose Finch. When the golden Rose Finch completely entered the heavenly fire, Zi Chen discovered that the attribute of the heavenly fire seemed to have changed. It was no longer the independent heavenly fire from before, but a flame that was attached to Rose Finch's body. Moreover, its size had obviously shrunk a little. Zi Chen formed a seal with his hands and controlled the changes in the heavenly fire with his mind. The heavenly fire, which had obviously shrunk a lot, began to condense. However, this time, Zi Chen stopped before it could condense into the shape of a square seal. "It's still not working." Xing Chen, who was watching from the side, also became nervous. "There's too little heavenly fire to condense." Zi Chen once again separated a part of his mind, which fell on the universal origin cauldron. A wisp of heavenly fire appeared from the mouth of the cauldron and fell on the flame in front of Zi Chen like a stream of water. The energy of the heavenly fire was absorbed by the flame. His hands that had stopped started to form seals again. Under the constant replenishment of the heavenly fire, the shape of the square seal gradually appeared. Finally, it was time to completely condense. Under normal circumstances, Zi Chen would have failed at this point. However, Zi Chen was clearly very nervous this time. His eyes were fixed on the square seal in front of him, and the seals in his hands changed again. More and more energy of the heavenly fire was absorbed by the square seal. The square seal finally completely condensed. A golden light emerged from the inside, and a crisp sound of Rose Finch rang out. "Wang." The square seal trembled and completely materialized. The golden fire burned in it. "It's a success." Xing Chen's face revealed a trace of surprise. The successful Rose Finch square seal was only the size of a palm, and the power it contained wasn't very strong. It was already the initial form of Rose Finch's seals. The next step was to increase its power. Unable to suppress the surprise in his eyes, Zi Chen moved his mind again. The wisps of heavenly fire that had appeared in the universal origin cauldron suddenly turned berserk. Like gushing lava, they rushed out from the mouth of the cauldron and scattered in the sky. The berserk flames emitted an extremely high temperature. Xing Chen was startled and retreated with a strange cry. The Rose Finch square seal floated in the sky. A strong suction force came from it, and the heavenly fire that spread out was all absorbed by the Rose Finch square seal. In the distance, Xing Chen looked at the heavenly fire that was constantly gushing out from the mouth of the cauldron and said in shock, "How much heavenly fire does this Zi Chen have?" The heavenly fire that was gushing out seemed to be endless. The square seal that was absorbing the heavenly fire in the sky also grew in size. In the end, it grew to a size of 10 feet, and its size was still growing after absorbing the heavenly fire. This is a solid seal. It may not be comparable to the real Rose Finch seal, but it's definitely not comparable to an ordinary seal. As long as the Rose Finch soul seal in it doesn't disperse, it's a magic treasure comparable to a heavenly weapon. Xing Chen looked ahead. In just 2 short months, I've actually witnessed the creation of a magic treasure. However, the materials used to create this magic treasure would definitely shock anyone if they were to hear about it. It's a perfect spiritual sense materialization, an extraterrestrial flame configuration, and the seal of the vermilion bird sage. Boom! The void began to distort as a powerful aura was released. The 1-foot rosefinch seal had expanded to a size of 10 feet. How much heavenly fire does Zichen have? Looking at the cauldron that was still spitting out heavenly fire, Xingqian was surprised. Heavenly fire used to be one of my trump cards. Now that I have the rosefinch seal, it no longer has any meaning. Now, all heavenly fire appear for me. With a flash of light in his eyes, the cauldron went completely berserk. All the heavenly fire in it gushed out crazily. A loud rosefinch voice came out from the seal. The void began to distort crazily as a huge vortex appeared. The heavenly fire that had just gushed out was directly swallowed by the vortex. The 10-foot rosefinch seal began to expand again. It finally stopped when it was as big as a giant mountain. The huge rosefinch seal was suspended in the air. A golden light appeared on its surface, carrying a heavy and oppressive aura. In the center of the seal, a golden rosefinch was spreading its wings and flying high. After the seal was formed, everything was not over yet. Zichen formed another seal with both hands. Streams of energy fell on the seal, and the huge seal began to shrink little by little. Finally, the seal shrunk to the size of a palm and fell from the sky, returning to Zichen's sea of consciousness. Next, this seal would be nourished by Zichen's soul. It would become a great killing weapon in Zichen's star path. After putting away the seal, Zichen stood up and looked at Xingqian, who was walking over. He said, "Let's go and hunt some heavenly beasts to condense this seal. I've also consumed a lot of energy." Xingqian nodded. With a wave of his hand, the universal origin cauldron disappeared in front of Zichen. The two of them began to go deeper. Next, they continued to fight and kill all the heavenly beasts they saw. Heavenly beasts fell one by one, and the heavenly crystals and materials were collected by the two of them. The journey ahead was very boring. Zichen had consumed a lot of energy during the continuous fighting. During this period, he had to find some heavenly crystals of other principles to refine and absorb the energy from them. After 5 years of killing, the two of them who had never stopped finally walked out of the star path that belonged to the life star. As the two of them stepped into the transmission array, a vast world appeared in their line of sight. This is the real star path. The things you see are all Xingqian balls. Xingqian pointed at the huge spheres in front of them and said, Chapter 2087. Zichen looked around and saw huge spheres floating in the sky, extending to the end of his line of sight. Some of the spheres were emitting bright light, while others were as dull as iron and stone. Those are Xingqian's. Zichen looked ahead in a daze. It was the first time he had seen such a scene. Those are Xingqian's. They are also cultivation stars. This is the real starting point of the star path. Xingqian's son looked ahead and said, "These Xingqians are naturally evolved. Most of them are occupied by foreign races, and some contain great danger. They are marked as places for training and exploration. Of course, there are also dangerous places like forbidden areas that no one dares to set foot in." Zichen was standing in the real void. Standing in the void, he looked at the huge planets around him and felt the ancient aura emitting from the planets. He felt that he was so small. Although we still can't recover our energy here, as long as we find the trading location, we can exchange for heaven crystals. According to our harvest for such a long time, we can still exchange for a lot of resources. Listening to Xingqian's words, Zichen noticed that this was also a world, and these planets existed between heaven and earth. But in the next moment, Zichen's expression became strange. He looked at Xingqian and asked, "You mean there is no way to recover energy here?" "That's right. This is a stretch of void. No one can recover energy from the void," Xingqian said with certainty. Ziqin couldn't agree with this point, because at this moment he who was in the void could feel that the consumed energy in his world was recovering. Although the recovery speed was much slower than in the Tianwu continent, it was indeed recovering. Sinking his consciousness into the world, Ziqin looked for the source of the energy recovery. Perfect World didn't have any special situation here. It couldn't absorb energy from the void. With a flash, Ziqin arrived at the edge of the world. This place was hazy, as if it was the beginning of the world. The light of energy was drifting in the air. In this starting ground, there were many large green trees. They were constantly changing between illusion and reality. Every time they changed, a wave of energy would flow into Ziqian's world from the treetops. So that's it. Looking at these constantly changing trees, Ziqin had a look of realization on his face. This was the void tree that Ziqin had not paid attention to for a long time. At first, they were only as tall as a person, and some were even in the form of seeds. But after many years of growth, they had become large trees. If he had not deliberately released his perception, Ziqin would have forgotten about the existence of the void tree. They could absorb energy from the real void, which was a pleasant surprise for Ziqin. After all these years of growth, the void tree emitted light, becoming more lively. It seemed to be a sign that it was about to develop spiritual intelligence. Sensing the source of the energy recovery, Ziqin retrieved his consciousness. His cultivation method was different from Xingqian's. Even if he gave the void tree to Xingqian, it couldn't help him recover the energy he had consumed. Thus, Ziqin didn't tell him about this. He just asked, "Where should we go to exchange for the heaven crystal?" Xingqian frowned. After pondering for a while, he said, "The best way is to exchange for the heaven crystal at the neutral trading point. The conservative sect is also fine. There are different factions in this star path. There are 3 kinds: the conservative sect, the radical sect, and the neutral sect. The main basis of these 3 groups is their attitude towards the cultivators on the life stars. The conservative sect doesn't proactively take action, but they follow some old rules. It's okay to trade with them. Most of the time you'll be ripped off. You might even be assassinated. However, as long as you don't provoke them, they won't provoke you. The neutral sect is neutral. Their attitude towards the cultivators on the life stars is the friendliest among the 3 groups. If we can find the trading point of the neutral sect, it's the best. As for the radical sect, you can know from their name that when they meet, they won't stop until one of them dies. The cultivators on the life stars can't enter the area under the radical sect's control. Listening to Xingqian, Ziqin frowned. Is it useful to divide them so clearly? After hundreds of years, the total number of Heaven Realm warriors on the life stars shouldn't be more than 10 who have entered the star path. Xingqian smiled. You mean the Sky Martial Continent and the Zhanwu Continent, right? Life star is just a general term. It includes many continents, such as the Demon Clan's continent, the Winged Clan's continent, the Starlight Continent, and many others. They are all called life stars. Looking at Ziqian's doubtful face, Xingqian explained, "It's like dividing the sky into 2. Things on one side are called life stars, while things on the other side are the alien races in people's eyes. What you know is just the 2 most special and eye-catching things on one side of the sky." It's not easy to explain the specific situation. Because of the many wars and the intervention of the God Clan, some of the continents are out of the control of the life stars. Ziqian recalled the scene when he had entered the Zhanwu continent from the demon domain. At that time, besides him, there were some other people. However, those people weren't from the Demon Clan or the Sky Martial Continent. They were from other continents. The place where they were staying should be a life star too. All of a sudden, Ziqian was moved. He asked curiously, "God Clan, do they really have gods?" mentioning the God clan again. Xing Chen's eyes sparkled with a cold light. He sneered, "Bullshit God. How could there be gods in this world? It's just a bunch of arrogant guys who call themselves that. But I've seen an existence who calls himself the God of Heaven. He's very strong." Xing Chen glanced at Zi Chen with an unknown emotion in his eyes. "It's just a self-title. There's no God in this world. The only place where I think there's a God is the Thunder God Temple. However, those arrogant guys are really strong because they're living in another form." "What form?" Zi Chen asked. "I forgot. The memory that the star ancestor left in my head isn't complete." Zi Chen suspected that the other didn't want to tell him, but he didn't continue to ask. Next, they needed to find the trading place. In a place where they couldn't restore energy, finding the backup materials was the most important thing. Xing Chen sat down cross-legged and started to search his sea of consciousness to find the memories related to this place. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, "My memory is a little fuzzy, but I vaguely remember one of the trading places. However, it's not a neutral one. It's a conservative one." Recalling what Xing Chen said earlier, Zi Chen said, "It's fine as long as it's not a radical one." Xing Chen was a little worried. "The conservative ones will indeed trade with us, but they've always had the habit of killing and robbing. If it's just a normal trade, they won't do anything. But if there's something they want, then it'll be dangerous. Killing and robbing." Hearing this thought that hadn't appeared in his sea of consciousness for a long time, Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He then asked, "In a place like this, will there be a saint guarding it?" Xing Chen shook his head and said, "This is only the beginning of the Star Road. It's unlikely to meet a saint. However, there's definitely a half-saint. There might even be a false saint." "What's a false saint?" This was another strange title. They can use saint power, but the rules don't correspond to it. They're existences who have walked on the wrong path of cultivation. They're stronger than half-saints. They're almost like new saints, but they're the weakest among the saints, Xing Chen explained. "The weakest saints? That's great. I'd like to see if I, the strongest Heaven Realm expert, can defeat the weakest saints. Let's go. We'll go to the trading place of the conservative ones." Seeing Zi Chen so confident, Xing Chen nodded and said, "Okay, let's go. We'll also see what the conservative ones are like." In the star ancestors' memory, some experts on the life stars specifically chose the conservative ones to trade with. And every time they traded, they would deliberately reveal the precious treasures and cause a war. It's another kind of killing and robbing. According to Xing Chen's memory, the two started to move forward. In their sight, the planet was clearly visible, but when the two got closer, they found that they were still very far away. It took the two of them an entire month to fly to the nearest trading location that Xing Chen had mentioned. During that time, they passed by a planet. When they got closer, they realized how big the planet was. Pointing at a relatively small planet in front of them, Xing Chen said, "Usually the trading place will be set on a small planet like this because it's less dangerous and easier to manage. Of course, it's not absolute. Some small planets are actually very dangerous." As they spoke, the two rushed into the planet and landed on the ground. It was a very small planet, only about 10,000 miles in radius. The two landed on the ground and used their spiritual thoughts to sense the aura of many Heaven Realm experts of the alien races. As for the trading place, it was easy to sense it with their spiritual thoughts. As the two moved forward, they saw many alien races. Those alien race cultivators looked at the two with strange eyes. They smiled coldly and didn't hide their killing intent. "This is the trading place. They don't dare to do anything. The star path has its own rules," Xing Chen said. Suddenly, a burly man jumped out from the crowd and shouted at the two from afar, "Hey, what did I see? Two scumbags from the Life Star." Zi Chen glanced at him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Hey, I can see the killing intent in this scumbag's eyes." "Scumbag, my name is Diren. Do you dare to fight with your grandpa?" Diren raised his fist at Zichen. "Don't be impulsive. He just wants to provoke you. If you fight here, you will be punished by the Star Path Manager." Xing Chen reminded him. Then he sped up and walked toward the trading place in front of them. "Hey, scumbag!" the burly man shouted again. "Idiot, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Wait for me outside the world." Chapter 2088. The trading area was more than 10 miles. There were several shops where people could trade. Zichen and Xingchen walked into one of the shops. The shop wasn't big, and there were only a few kinds of items. However, the entire room was brightly lit. At first glance, Zichen saw many heavenly soldiers. This kind of thing was scarce on the Lifestar. Just by walking into a shop, one could see dozens of them. Using his spiritual consciousness, Zichen found that many of these heavenly soldiers didn't have soldier souls. Apparently, they weren't the real heavenly soldiers that Zichen thought they were. Besides the heavenly soldiers, there were also heaven crystals, sparkling in different colors. They were placed on the counter. Most of them had only one attribute, and some of them were the non-attribute heaven crystals that Xingchen had mentioned. Besides these two items, there were some miscellaneous items in another area, including pellets and some other things. At this moment, besides the shopkeeper, there were two pagans trading in the shop. They were here to exchange for heaven crystals. One of them exchanged for a heaven crystal with only one attribute and gave him 3 ordinary heaven crystals. The other exchanged for a non-attribute heaven crystal and gave him 4. Zichen and Xingchen's entrance attracted their attention. They lifted their heads to look at Zichen and Xingchen. A cold light sparkled in their eyes. Then they turned around and left. From the Life Star, the shopkeeper glanced at the two and said faintly, "We want to exchange for some heaven crystals," Xingchen proactively said. 4 for the single attribute heaven crystal and 5 for the non-attribute heaven crystal, the shopkeeper said indifferently. The old man's voice was indifferent. He added 1 heaven crystal to each item on top of the normal exchange. Xingchen had told him earlier, so Zichen didn't look displeased. Xingchen nodded and said, "Okay, we'll exchange for 4 heaven crystals with Xingchen's attribute and 4 non-attribute heaven crystals." Xingchen took out 36 pieces of heaven crystals. This was the harvest of the two of them along the way. In fact, there were even more than this. However, the two of them had refined some of them along the way. The old man took away the 36 heaven crystals and gave Xingchen 8 of the promised heaven crystals. However, one of the heaven crystals had no attributes and seemed to contain only half of the energy. Xingchen acted as if he didn't notice it and put it away quietly. The old man glanced at the two of them and smiled mockingly. It was unknown if he was mocking them for being tactful. "I still have some materials here. I'll have to trouble you to exchange them all for law crystals." As he spoke, Xingchen took out the special beast bones that he had specially selected along the way. They were all of high quality. Casually glancing at the materials, the old man said indifferently, 10 law chips. On this star road, law chips were the common currency. 10 of them could be exchanged for 1 heaven crystal. The materials that Xingchen took out from the dozens of heavenly beasts could only be exchanged for 1 additional heaven crystal. Even Zichen could tell that this was not a normal price, let alone Xingchen. Xingchen frowned slightly with a dissatisfied expression. He said, "Old man, isn't this price a little too low?" "You think it's too little? Looks like you don't know what this place is. How about this? Since you're all newcomers, I'll give you 8 law chips so that you'll remember and take care of you." The old man looked at Xingchen and smiled coldly. He said, "Do you think this price is reasonable?" Xingchen's expression turned bitter. This was the usual style of the conservative faction. When they were lucky, they would lose less. When they were unlucky, they would be ruthlessly ripped off. "Old man, this price is very reasonable. Without waiting for Xingqian to answer, Ziqin, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. The old man turned his head, his eyes falling on Ziqin. Looking at Ziqian's expression, he couldn't help but praise. Very insightful young man. Since you can see that this price is reasonable, then I'll give you 5 law chips, and we have a deal. Just now there were 8 pieces, but now there were 5 pieces. The old man's next sentence explained the difference of 3 pieces. Remember, this is the Rakshasa Star area, our territory. You don't have the qualifications to speak. You guys came from a life star. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to stand here and talk to this old man? After saying that, the old man took out 5 law chips. They were pure law chips, very similar to the saint law chips that the star ancestor had given to Ziqin. Seeing Xingqian put away the 5 law chips, Ziqian's heart moved, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Seeing the old man take away the materials that Xingqian had painstakingly obtained, Ziqin asked again, "Old man, I want to ask if you have a map for sale." "You want a star area map?" "I do have one. But what are you going to use to exchange for those 5 law chips?" A mocking smile appeared on the old man's face, but the smile froze in the next moment. His eyes were fixed on the 2 law chips in Ziqian's hand that were emitting a saint aura. "Those are saint law chips. Where did you get them?" The old man's eyes turned sharp as he looked at Ziqian and questioned. Even Xingqian looked at Ziqian in shock. He didn't know that Ziqian had such things, but he quickly guessed the source of the saint law chips. "You don't have to worry about that. Can I use them to exchange for a star area map?" Ziqian asked as he played with the chips in his hand. "Yes, 2 for 1, the old man said, his voice a little hoarse. It was obvious that he cared a lot about the 2 law chips. When Xingqian saw this, he guessed Ziqian's plan. It was obvious that the old man's previous actions had angered Ziqian. So Ziqian deliberately showed the 2 law chips. 2 of them should be very useful to the old man. According to the way things were going, Ziqian would definitely not agree. His main goal was to anger the old man. As expected, Ziqian shook his head and said, "No, I'll be at a disadvantage." A cold light flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, "Little guy, know where you are. You have no other choice now." Ziqian thought about it seriously and said, "How about this? I'll give you the other 2. As he spoke, 2 more saint law chips appeared in Ziqian's hand. But their attributes were not compatible with the old man's. No, now it's 1 for 4. The old man's pupils shrank, and he could no longer suppress the greed in his eyes. On the side, Xingqian shook his head. When he looked at the old man, there was some disdain and pity in his eyes. Although the old man was old, he could not suppress the changes in his expression. All his emotions were written on his face, and there was no subtlety. However, it was not hard to understand. The old man was doing business here, and he was bullying the existence of the life star. Although he would meet many life stars, not everyone was an expert. Just like that, he had lost the vigilance that he should have. It should be noted that Ziqian had said that in the past 100 years, less than 10 people had left the life star. Apparently, there were less than 10 true experts, and they might not appear here. Now, the old man's behavior was more aggressive, and the more he spoke, the higher the price he would have to pay. Of all the people he could provoke, he had to provoke Ziqian. Xingqian began to mourn for the old man. "You're too insincere. I don't want the map. I'll go to another place to exchange." Indeed, Ziqian put away the saint law chip in his hand, turned around, and walked out of the door. Xingqian had expected this, so he followed him. "You want to leave?" "Not so easy." Seeing the thing he was about to get was gone, how could the old man be willing? A cold light flashed in his eyes. He released his aura and shouted, "Stop him." Before the 2 of them could leave the trading room, 8 Heaven Realm warriors appeared out of nowhere, blocking their way. "Hey, be asterisk Stardew." That fellow by the name of Deluin was standing guard outside. When he saw the 2 of them come out, He shouted loudly. However, when he saw that scene, the words that he was about to say were immediately cut off. It's the 8 guards of the Luo family. What did they do? Why are they stopped by the 8 guards? Harumph. Even if they didn't do anything, it's normal to stop them. That's right. The Luo family has done a lot of things like this. When the other Heaven Realm warriors saw this, they also discussed in low voices. At the same time, they all looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Kid, you dare to steal my Saint Law chip. If you don't hand it over today, don't even think about leaving this place. An angry voice rang out from within the shop. After which, the old man who was in charge of the transaction walked out and stared coldly at Ziqin and Xingqian. When the other Heaven Realm warriors heard this, they all looked surprised. Oh, it's the Saint Law chip. I didn't expect that these 2 guys from the Life Star would have such a good thing. These 2 idiots. They didn't hide it well, but took it out. Sigh. Old man Romeo is going to make a huge profit this time. Only, I wonder how many Saint Power Law crystals this guy has on him. Apparently, this kind of thing happened often. As soon as the old man spoke, people understood his purpose. He wanted to steal the treasure. As for whether he would kill them or not, it was hard to say. Damn it. These 2 bastards. You have such things, but you didn't hide them well. Damn it. These things could have belonged to your grandpa, Darren. The brawny man was annoyed. He couldn't wait to kill the 2 of them. Surrounded by people, Ziqin was a little flustered. He looked at the old man who chased after him and said, You're lying. That Saint Law chip is mine. Bullsh *T. I saw you steal it. You don't want to admit it. The old man's voice became louder. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intentions. The others looked at him with disdain. How could this old man have Saint Law chips in his shop? You're framing me. I want to keep the evidence. I want an explanation. Chapter 2089. Surrounded by the crowd, Ziqin looked very wronged. His body was trembling as he said to the old man, I want to report you. I want to record your crimes. Seeing Ziqin like this, the old man couldn't help but laugh. The 8 guards beside him also threw their heads back and laughed. This coward, a real coward. Damn it, why didn't Grandpa Darren notice this coward earlier? If he did, wouldn't the Saint Power crystal on them belong to Grandpa Darren? The brawny man, Darren, was very distressed. He wanted to slap himself. If he had been guarding outside earlier, he would have killed these 2 guys long ago. The others around also wanted to laugh, but they couldn't help but feel jealous. It was obvious that the Luo family had encountered 2 cowards. This time they had profited greatly. On the side, Xingqian was speechless. However, since Ziqin wanted to act, he had no choice but to play along. The aura around him surged as he looked around vigilantly, showing a very nervous and scared look. In addition to feeling helpless, he was also a little excited. After all, they were really going to kill and steal. Moreover, it was a shop. He believed that there would be a lot of resources inside. Thinking about how the 2 of them might not even be able to obtain those resources after years of experience in the Star Road, he felt a burst of excitement in his heart. The laughing old man was also happy when he saw Ziqin's reaction. He immediately glared at him and said, Boy, you stole this old man's things. You still won't admit it. I didn't steal it. What evidence do you have? Ziqin said loudly, looking very wronged. Evidence? Of course, this old man has evidence. The 8 of them are all evidence. Did you see them? Luo Miao turned around and looked at the 8 people. I saw it. This is the boy who stole it. I saw it with my own eyes. It's the Saint Power Crystal. When he first came in, I noticed that this boy was sneaking around. I didn't expect him to be a thief. The 8 people spoke one after another, seeming to be very serious. Nonsense. You're all talking nonsense. That Saint Power Crystal is mine. How could I steal my own things? Ziqin defended himself, feeling wronged. I said it's mine. Luo Miao said coldly. That's right, it's his. The 8 guards said in unison. You're all spouting nonsense. Fine. Since you're saying that I stole the Saint Power Crystal, then tell me, how many Saint Power Crystal did you lose? Zichen asked again. 4 pieces, the old man answered firmly. When the others heard this, they were immediately shocked. Then they secretly cursed this idiot for revealing 4 pieces of Saint Power Crystal. Such a thing. Just 1 piece was enough to cause a massacre, let alone 4 pieces. While cursing him as an idiot in their hearts, they were also filled with regret. The people from the other shops who heard the news were also filled with regret. At the same time, they secretly cursed those 2 idiots for not coming to their own shops. When the vexed Diren heard this, he did not hesitate to slap himself twice. He was so regretful that he wanted to die. It was as if the 4 Saint Energy Law crystals on Zichen were his. Luo Miao's face was filled with pride. The 8 guards were also excited. 4 pieces of Saint Power Crystal. This time, it was obvious that they had earned a lot. However, right at that moment, Zichen's loud laughter rang out. His laughter was extremely loud and clear, and he was extremely pleased with himself. His previous wronged expression disappeared, and he was no longer afraid. He faintly raised his head with an arrogant expression. He looked at the old man as if he was looking at an idiot. When the others saw Zichen like this, they secretly cursed in their hearts. Damn it, it can't be. Diren faintly guessed in his heart and raised his hand again. As long as he could get this confirmation, he would give himself another big slap. Haha, you're lying. I have 5 pieces of Saint Power Crystal on me. You said you lost 4. Why do I have 5? Zichen said proudly. His expression was arrogant, and he looked at the old man as if he was looking at an idiot. Little did he know that the others around him were looking at Zichen as if they were looking at an idiot. Luo Miao's eyes were almost narrowed, and his heart was thumping. He thought to himself that he was really a fat sheep. The other 8 people were also very excited. I don't believe that you have 5 pieces of Saint Power Crystal on you. You must have stolen 4 from me. Luo Miao said in a deep voice, squinting his eyes and trying hard to hold back his laughter. You don't believe it? Then take a look at what this is. Zichen smiled proudly. 5 pieces of Saint Power Crystal appeared in his hand. A faint saint aura exuded, and the bright light attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Everyone was looking at the Saint Power Crystal with incomparable fascination. Those were Saint Power Crystal, the pure saint rules extracted from it. Once the attribute matched with one's own, and with some luck, one could definitely become a saint. Become a saint. Become a saint. Diren did not hesitate to slap him again. This time he slapped him even harder, and there were bloodstains on his face. He was very regretful, very annoyed. If he had foresight, he would have wandered outside in advance and met these 2 guys. He would have been able to get 5 pieces of Saint Power Crystal. Diren was very regretful. He thought that Zichen's things were his and completely ignored the combat power of these 2 people. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zichen and Xingchen's performance and neglected the combat power of these 2 people. Oh, I remembered wrong. I did lose 5 pieces of Saint Power Crystal. Luo Miao slapped his head and said with a look of annoyance, You're lying. Zichen held the Saint Power Crystal in his hand, and the light it emitted attracted everyone's attention. I'm not lying. I'm sure that I lost 5 pieces, Luo Miao said. Are you sure that it's only 5 pieces? Zichen stared at him. Luo Miao narrowed his eyes and said, Very sure. When the surrounding people heard Zichen's tone, they felt their hearts waver again. Meanwhile, Deluan raised his hand high up again. Haha, I have 6 in total. Zichen laughed and took out another Saint Power Crystal. At the same time he said to Luo Miao, Now you should admit that this thing is mine. 6 pieces. I have 6 pieces. What else do you have to say? Zi Chen looked at the old man as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you think we're all idiots? Everyone saw it. It's mine. Looking at the 6 pieces of Saint Power crystal in Zi Chen's hand, Luo Miao could not help but laugh out loud. Today was really a day of surprises. His expression gradually became cold. He looked at Zi Chen and said, I can say that I lost 6 pieces. Zi Chen's expression became agitated. Luo Miao waved his hand and said, Don't get too excited. I can also say that everything you have was taken by me. Even your life was taken by me. Now I'm going to take it back. Zi Chen's expression changed instantly. There was a touch of horror in his eyes. He said involuntarily, You want to kill me and steal my treasures? The people around shook their heads in disappointment. They thought that this was really a fool. Only now did he see the situation clearly. Kill me and steal my treasures. Yes, that's what I mean. Luo Miao nodded. Don't forget, this is the Star Road and there are rules. This memory crystal ball records everything. If you let me leave now, I won't pursue you. If you want to make a move, I will definitely report you. Glancing at the memory crystal ball disdainfully, Luo Miao mocked. Bullsh * T rules. In this Rakshasa Star area, my Luo family is the rule. In this trading area, I, Luo Miao, am the rule. Let me tell you, today, I want to kill you and steal your treasures. Everybody shook their heads. Apparently, they didn't want to see the result. Diren's face was swollen. He had slapped himself. The managers of the other shops looked regretful and jealous. Everything seemed to be over. No matter how that man from the Life Star tried to explain, it was useless. However, they didn't hear the other's explanation. All the changes on his face disappeared. He calmed down. He raised his hand to recall the memory crystal ball above his head and said faintly, If you want to kill me and steal my treasures, just do it. You should have said that earlier. Why did you make me think of you as an idiot? What's going on? Everybody was bewildered. They didn't know why the man they thought was an idiot had such a big change. Luo Miao's face changed. He didn't know why, but looking at Zi Chen's calm face, he had a bad feeling. You want to kill me and steal my treasures? Come on. Zi Chen looked at Luo Miao indifferently. Kid, you dare to play tricks in front of me. 8th guard, kill him for me. Luo Miao retreated, leaving the battlefield to the 8th guard. Die. Cold light sparkled in the 8th guard's eyes. Heavenly weapons appeared in their hands, attacking Zi Chen and Xing Chen. As they had 6 Saint Power crystals, of course, they couldn't leave here alive. Swish. Xing Chen's body flashed, retreating directly. He didn't want to join the battle. He just stared at Luo Miao to prevent him from running away. It had to be known that the true value of this shop did not lie in the items placed on the counter, but in the pitch-black ring in the other party's hand. Xing Chen's speed shocked the people in the distance. They exclaimed inwardly, How fast! At this moment, the 8th guard attacked Zi Chen, only to see a cold and fierce sword light headed straight for Zi Chen's glabella. Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He stepped aside, dodged the sword light, and pointed a finger at his opponent's forehead. Puff! This finger was sharp and decisive. His opponent had no time to defend, and the golden light pierced through his forehead. 1 guard was down from the 8th guard. Cold light flashed, and 2 more attacks came from behind Zi Chen, trying to cut Zi Chen's body in half. The heavenly weapons slashed, and Zi Chen's body was cut in half. But before the 2 could celebrate, the cut Zi Chen disappeared into thin air. It's an afterimage. Their expressions changed, but then they felt a dangerous aura coming from behind them. They didn't have time to turn around. Energy surged around them, forming layers of defense. Puff! Puff! Their defense didn't work at all. 2 rays of light pierced their heads. 2 guards were down from the 8th guard. 3 people died in the blink of an eye. The remaining 5 people's expressions changed drastically, and they displayed extremely powerful attacks. Swish, 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 swish. With a flash of light, Zi-Chun pointed out 4 fingers and another 4 fell down. Their eyes widened, full of disbelief. They didn't even know how they died. The last remaining person had a terrified expression on his face. He looked at Zi-Chin as though he had seen a ghost. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran. But as soon as he turned around, he saw that Zi-Chin was in front of him. This time he didn't point a finger, but a palm hit his chest. Hum! The Heaven Realm warrior felt a vibrating force enter his body, and then he lost all consciousness. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.